After my dad's death, my mom remarried and sent me to live with Aunt. She and her husband planned to steal millions, but we exposed them. Okay, Reddit, this will be a lengthy one. I, 19F. Need to get this down since all that has transpired has left my brain spinning. I never imagined I'd be discussing my life narrative here. But here goes. It all started when my father was diagnosed with cancer. I was 14, just entering high school, and I thought my biggest challenge would be mathematics or something. Dad had been tired for a long time, but we assumed it was simply work stress, you know. Then, one typical Tuesday after school, Mom sat me down in our kitchen and informed me that he had stage 4 pancreatic cancer. The following 6 months were like watching a movie about someone else's life. Dad became seriously ill very quickly. He had lost all of his hair and so much weight that his favorite Chicago Bears shirt resembled a tent. He attempted to keep joking and assisted assignment even though he could barely sit up. When they took him to the hospital for the final time, he told me, "Don't let your mom's cooking kill you before I get back." That was just like Dad. He was always trying to make me laugh. He died on Thursday. I remember because it was supposed to be pizza night. We'd always order a deep dish on Thursdays. I'd been doing it since I was a child. Instead, I was sitting in a hospital waiting room, under those terrible flickering fluorescent lights, watching my mother scream into her phone while telling our relatives. I expected that to be the worst part of my life. Boy, was I mistaken? Mom completely lost it after Dad died. She resumed dating about 2 months later, claiming she needed to feel alive again or whatever. This is how she met Derek. Rich individual, real estate developer type. He began to visit Mom frequently, bringing her elegant gifts and taking her on weekend getaways. I tried to be happy for her. Dad would not want her to feel sad all the time, right? Then she married Derek. Less than a year after Dad's death. They didn't even tell me about their engagement. I discovered it when she asked me to try on a junior bridesmaid dress she had already purchased. The wedding was held at a luxury country club in Newport Beach. All of Derek's wealthy friends were present, staring at us as if we were some charity case Derek had adopted. I spent most of the reception hiding in the bathroom, trying not to cry. That's when things really shifted. Mom and Derek moved into his massive Newport Beach home, which included a pool and a tennis court. But guess what? There was no room for me. Mom thought I'd be better at ease living with Dad's sister, Aunt Lisa, in Chicago. Who benefits from greater comfort, Mom? So I was hauled off to Chicago like a parcel no one wanted. Aunt Lisa lives in a large mansion in Lincoln Park, with Uncle Marcus and my cousins Michael, 17N, and Rebecca, 18F. We used to be quite close as children. Every summer, they'd come to visit, and we'd spend weeks making up ridiculous games and building blanket forts together. But man, everything changed after I moved in. I was no longer their happy summer cousin. Instead, I was an unwanted addition in their house. They began acting as if I was occupying their space, consuming their food, breathing their precious air or something. Michael was always knocking over my belongings by accident. Rebecca would make these small comments about how her clothes were too lovely to lend me when I first arrived, and didn't have any winter clothing. Aunt Lisa was the worst, however. She made it very plain that I was a burden. She even started charging me rent while I was still in high school. Who actually does that? The most messed up part? Mom just quit calling. Like, fully. She would occasionally send money. Not enough to meet Aunt Lisa's rent, but that was all. I tried calling her, but she was always too busy with her new life. Yoga consumes too much of my time. Too busy attending charitable events. She was too preoccupied to talk to her own child. I'd see images on Facebook of her and Derek on vacation in Europe, attending lavish events, and enjoying a life separate from mine. She even stored all of our old family photos, including those with Dad and myself. She claimed they didn't match her new profile look, like I was just some old furniture that didn't match her new decor. I started having dreams about being back in our old kitchen, where everything was regular. Then I'd wake up crying in this strange bedroom at Aunt Lisa's house, staring at gorgeous wallpaper that probably cost more than my entire wardrobe, feeling as if I'd lost both parents rather than just one. After the first month at Aunt Lisa's, she raised my rent for property taxes, or whatever. I'm 15, but okay. I guess I need a job. That's when my cousin Rebecca, who is always so helpful, tells me about this 24-hour laundromat that is recruiting in what she refers to as the dodgy section of Chicago. It's this dilapidated structure, sandwiched between a closed-down doll store and a super suspicious phone repair company that I'm pretty sure never repairs phones. The owner, this old guy named Jerry, looks at me and says, "You're way too young to work the midnight shift." But when I assured him I could start that night and wouldn't complain about the salary, my age became less of an issue. So my life became this hectic schedule that still makes me anxious just thinking about it. Midnight until 6 a.m. At the laundromat, I had to deal with the strangest folks you can imagine. The worst aspect wasn't the strange customers, it was how frigid the place became. The heating hardly functioned, and Chicago winters are no joke. I'd wear about 3 hoodies simply to get through my shift. They didn't include that in the job description, right? However, one job was insufficient to meet Aunt Lisa's rent, let alone basic necessities such as food and school supplies. So I started working at a petrol station called Quick Stop at 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. This is where my wonderful cousins chose to make my life more enjoyable. See, Quick Stop was just next to their posh private school, where tuition was probably more than I earned in a single year. Michael and his friends felt it was great to come in during my shifts and completely wreck the place. They'd knock over the chip displays I had just organized, spill their Slurpees accidentally across the floor, leave open packs of beef jerky around. Rebecca was worse, however. She was sneakier about it. She'd come in with her cheerleading buddies, and they'd talk about me like I wasn't even there. Oh my God, can you imagine having to work here? Like, I'd literally die? You, look at her uniform. It's so polyester. Then they'd snap terrible photos of me attempting to clean up their messes and share them on social media. Things got awful at school as well. I was attending a local public high school, and Rebecca somehow made sure everyone knew about my occupations. People began leaving quarters on my desk for laundry. Someone put a name tag on my locker that read Washer Girl. You're really imaginative, guys. Thanks. I was essentially sleeping through all of my lessons because who can stay up when you're working from midnight to 6 a.m., trying to do schoolwork at 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Then we'll start working again at 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. My grades began to decline. Teachers constantly ask if everything is fine at home. I simply explained that I was adjusting to the change. The one positive aspect of the laundromat work was this homeless guy named Pete, who came in most nights. He wasn't like the other odd customers. He showed me how to fix the quarter machine when it became stuck. He showed me which customers were okay to let go when they were a quarter short. One night, Pete looked at me and said, "Kid, you're living life on expert mode right now." Made me giggle for the first time in weeks. Then he vanished when winter struck hard. I still worry about what happened to him. Uncle Marcus owned the building, although I had never seen him there. He delegated the whole responsibility to this property management company. Sometimes I'd see these luxury cars drive by quite slowly late at night. Later, I learned that he would send someone to check on the place. I guess he was watching me more than I realized. Meanwhile, Mom is sending strange texts, such as, "Hope you're doing well." But she never answered when I called. Her Instagram feed was full with photos from yacht parties and charity galas. It must be lovely to have so much time for charity when your own child has to work two jobs just to get by. Aunt Lisa continually finds reasons to increase the rent. Utilities increased. HOA fees have increased. Your room is prime real estate. Okay, sure. I'm convinced that a converted storage area in the basement, with strange mushrooms growing in the corner, is good Chicago real estate. I began hiding cash and an old teddy bear that Dad had given me before his death. I had this great concept that after I had enough money, I'd be able to get my own house. But whenever I got near to a reasonable amount, something would come up. School fees. My old winter boots went apart. That time, Michael accidentally backed into my car, and I had to pay for the repairs. But what's the ultimate straw? One day, I returned home after my gas station shift to find my room completely ripped apart. The bear had been ripped open. Stuffing is everywhere. And guess what? All of my savings? Gone. Rebecca claimed she was merely cleaning and had no idea about the money. Yes, right. That following week, Aunt Lisa comes down to my basement room and informs me that the rent is going up again. Not just a bit. We're talking double. He mentioned that property values in the area are increasing. I did the math and discovered that even with two incomes, I couldn't afford it anymore. But here's the thing. I had been attending classes at a nearby community college. Nothing extravagant, just the basics, trying to get ahead while still in high school. The counselor there indicated I may possibly acquire financial aid if I took more classes. That meant I needed to make a decision. Keep paying Aunt Lisa's outrageous rent or try to obtain an education. So I chose education. I had no clear plan. All I knew was that I couldn't stay there any longer. I packed whatever could fit into my Toyota. The automobile had strange rust patches all over it, and the heat only worked if you kicked the dashboard in just the right place. But it was mine. The first night sleeping in the car was actually rather peaceful. We parked behind the laundromat. I used my work keys to sneak in and use the restroom. I had this whole setup. I reclined the driver's seat all the way back, used my work backpack as a pillow, and stacked like 5 blankets borrowed from the lost and found box. I thought to myself, this isn't too bad. Then winter struck. Real Chicago winter. The kind where your spit freezes before it reaches the ground. My car's battery began to die as a result of the cold, so I couldn't even run the heat. But what's the hardest part? It wasn't only the cold or the lack of sleep. It was attempting to appear normal at school. Try explaining to your chemistry teacher why your homework is wrinkled and smelling like laundry detergent. Or why do you keep wearing the same 3 outfits? The school counselor kept attempting to speak with me, but what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. I live in my car, but don't worry. It's parked in a really nice alley. Then my loving cousin Michael decided to play detective. I guess Dad became suspicious about why I wasn't around the house anymore. They followed me one night after my laundry shift. What about the next day? His TikTok had an entire video series called My Homeless Cousin, a documentary. They recorded everything. My windows are frost covered. I tried to study utilizing the light from the laundromat sign. I was caught changing clothes in the back seat once. The videos quickly became popular among their wealthy peers. People began blaring their horns and hurling things at my car as they drove past the laundromat at night. The cops also began to show up more frequently. Every few nights, there was a knock at my window. "Can't sleep here, miss." So I would drive around until they departed, then return. I spent several evenings traveling in circles, watching my gas gauge drop, and hoping I'd have enough to get to work the next day. But you know what's weird? I began noticing a black SUV parked across the street some nights, always at a different location, but it's always there. Tinted windows. The engine is going. First thought, cops are a creep? However, They never disturbed me. Just sitting there, as if they were watching. The temperature dipped to -5 degrees Fahrenheit one night. The kind of cold that irritates your eyes. My automobile would not start. The phone was dead. What about the laundromat? Closed for repair. I thought, well, this is it. This is how I die. They'll discover me frozen, just like the rodents in the alleyway. I wrapped myself in every article of clothing I owned and tried to think positive things. That's when I heard a knock on my window. I looked up, and there's Uncle Marcus standing in the snow, as if it's perfectly natural to be out at 2 a.m. in Arctic temperatures. He just says, I think we need to talk. So how did it turn out? The black SUV was his. He had been watching me through the laundromat security cameras for weeks, sending folks to check on me. He said he wanted to see what I was capable of. Who does this? What kind of messed up test is this? But really, at that point, I was too cold to care about his unusual teaching methods. So there I was, literally turning into a human popsicle in my car. And Uncle Marcus was just standing there in his fancy wool coat, staring at me through the window. I think he's going to lecture me or call the cops. Instead, he explains, my office has better heating, as if this is a completely regular circumstance. His workplace was a small space above the laundromat that I'd never been in before. Turns out, he had this entire private space up there. A desk, a miniature refrigerator, a coffee maker, even a small bathroom. While I'm defrosting my fingers around this cup of really wonderful coffee, he just sits there, staring at me, as if he's trying to solve a mystery. Finally, he says, you know, your dad and I used to sleep in a car too. Which, what? I nearly dropped my coffee. See, I'd always thought of Uncle Marcus as this crazy rich real estate tycoon who wore suits that cost more than my car. But then, he starts telling me a story I didn't know. Apparently, he and my father grew up extremely poor. Examples include, their mom worked 3 jobs, and they still couldn't afford rent most months. Akin to being impoverished. Uncle Marcus pulls out his phone and shows me an old photograph of 2 emaciated kids sitting in a vehicle, eating beans straight from the can. That's your dad on the left, he says. And, yes, the same silly smile I recalled, but on a much younger face. I'm sitting there trying to digest the narrative as he tells it to me. How did they get from homeless teenagers to, okay, how about this? This is when he informs me about the laundromat. The original owner used to let them hang out inside, on particularly chilly evenings. They'd help him fix machinery, clean up, and do whatever else was necessary. When the owner became ill, he offered to sell them the place. Dad had recently begun college on a scholarship, but Uncle Marcus had been working construction and saving every dime. So the owner sold it to him for almost nothing. It was his first property. Then he begins taking out all these old documents from his desk. Property deeds, contracts, business plans, all with my father's notes in the margin. When your dad got sick, Uncle Marcus adds, he made me promise 2 things. First, I'll be on the lookout for you. Second, make sure you know how to look after yourself. Then he gives me this look and says, gotta say, you're doing better at the second part than I expected. I'm sitting there, trying not to cry, and failing miserably, to be honest, when he drops the big bombshell. It seems he now owns about half of the block around the laundromat, apartment building stores, even that dodgy phone repair shop, and he's been watching me through security cameras the entire time. He sent his goons in the SUV to keep an eye on me. You worked 2 jobs without complaining, he said. Keep your grades up. Found ways to survive that most people wouldn't think of. Even kept that laundromat running better than the manager I hired. He truly smiled as he spoke that last part. Jerry told me you fixed the quarter machine. Took my maintenance guy 3 tries to figure that out. That's when he takes out the key. He says it's for the apartment above his office. I had no idea this studio apartment existed. It's yours, he says. There will be no rent as long as I continue to work at the laundromat and maintain good grades. I wanted to decline. It felt too much like charity or something. But he shut it down quickly. This isn't charity. This is an investment, he informed me. You've got your father's brains and your own kind of determination. I'm investing in that. Then he shows me the entire file he's kept. Copies of my school records, work reports from Jerry, even screenshots of those horrible TikTok Michael and Rebecca created. They thought they were shaming you, he claims. All I saw was someone who refused to break. It's strange, you know? All this time, I believed he was simply a cold, rich guy who didn't care and allowed his wife to treat me badly. So how did it turn out? He was putting me to the test. Yes, it was a bad way to go about it, but I sort of grasp it now. He wanted to know if I had what my father had, that quality that keeps you going when everything is against you. Before I left his office that night, he mentioned something else concerning Dad. Told me about their last discussion when Dad was in the hospital. Dad made him pledge not to just give me everything, saying I needed to learn to be strong on my own first. But Uncle Marcus added, he also said to know when enough was enough. And kid, you've more than proved yourself. That night, I slept in a proper bed for the first time in months. The apartment was basic, with only one room, a kitchenette, and a bathroom. But it was warm, clean, safe. But what happened the morning after Uncle Marcus gave me the apartment? I awoke to find my phone flooded with texts from Aunt Lisa. It turned out that Michael had driven past the laundromat on his way to school and noticed me heading down from the upper flat. He took photos, of course he did. Aunt Lisa arrives at the laundromat during my shift, wearing fancy gym clothing and looking like she's going to explode. Starts yelling about how I'm attempting to kidnap her spouse, how I've been seducing him or something. Yeah, Aunt Lisa, I completely captivated him by being homeless and fixing washing machines. Super sexy? The customers were all gazing, and one old lady who comes in every Wednesday to wash her cat's bedding began filming the entire event on her phone. Aunt Lisa is saying all these insane things about how she always knew I was trouble, and how I'm exactly like my mother, taking advantage of wealthy men. I'm just standing there with a mop in my hand, wearing my filthy work uniform, thinking, is this really happening right now? Then Jerry emerges from the back room and tells Aunt Lisa she must leave before he calls the cops. She departs, but not before warning me, this isn't over. That night, I heard Lisa and Uncle Marcus having a tremendous fight upstairs in his office. Their words were muted, but I could hear Aunt Lisa yelling about that girl and how dare you. I felt embarrassed as if I had ruined their marriage or something. Aunt Lisa later revealed that she had spent the night at a friend's place. When I saw Uncle Marcus the next morning, he had heavy circles under his eyes and gave me a lethargic nod. But the strange thing is that my mother suddenly called me for the first time in months, acting concerned. Honey, I am hearing some unsettling things. As if she had any reason to be frightened after abandoning me. I'm sure the rumors were provided to her by someone, most likely Rebecca. Then she and Derek show up at my flat unexpectedly. Mom is dressed in one of her latest luxury dresses, and her gaze sweeps around my small studio apartment. Oh, honey, she begins, but the tone is more calculated than concerned. This is quaint. Derek waits near the door, as if he's worried poverty may spread. What are you doing here? I inquired without giving them a seat. There's nowhere to sit unless they want to join me on my unmade bed. Mom starts pacing my small space. We've been hearing things about you and your Uncle Marcus. The way she says it makes my stomach churn. What about Uncle Marcus? Come on, honey. She attempts a sly smile. I know what you're doing. It's clever, really. I would have never thought of it at your age. What exactly did you think about? Getting close to Marcus in this way, working in his business and portraying the unfortunate abandoned niece. I'm sure he promised you a lot. The revelation struck me like a smack. Do you believe I am attempting to get his money? Well, don't you live here, work at that laundromat, and spend so much time with him? It is evident what you are doing. I laughed, but it came out rough. Who finds it obvious? Who is the woman who sent me to Chicago and then forgot about me? That is not fair. No. You know what is unfair? You disappeared when Dad died. You married Derek, and then, 10 months later, sent me to Aunt Lisa, as if I were old furniture that didn't match your new decor. I was grieving, she adds, but she is staring at her nice watch, not at me. You were upgrading, I shouted back, trading up for a more glamorous life, with your real estate husband and charity galas. And now what? You're concerned I'll acquire any of Uncle Marcus' money before you do? Derek takes a step forward, followed by all of the false authority. Listen up, young woman. Your mother and I are concerned about your welfare. What about my welfare? The laugh returns, this time uglier. Where was this concern when Aunt Lisa charged me $15 for rent? When was I working 2 jobs and sleeping in my car? Mom waved her hand dismissively. Don't be theatrical. Lisa would never review my hospital records from when I developed bronchitis while sleeping in that automobile. Check your pay stubs from the gas station and laundromat. Check out the rent receipts. Lisa insisted me keep. Oh, wait. You can't. You were too busy uploading photographs from your yacht parties to take my calls. That's ancient history, Mom replies. But she's fidgeting with her wedding ring, Dad's wedding ring, which she enhanced with larger diamonds. We're here to help right now. Derek has a friend who operates a fantastic boarding school in Switzerland. Now you want to help? My voice raises. Or did you just find out Uncle Marcus is educating me about the business and you're concerned? I'll learn something and take a piece of what you think is yours. Mom's expression changes, then hardens. She abandons the concerned mother persona altogether. Marcus was your father's brother. Anything he owns should go to me, his wife. I am correct in calling her an ex-wife who remarried less than a year after his passing. I deserve, she begins, but I interrupt. What do you deserve? Dad contributed to the success of this business. He and Uncle Marcus started with nothing. But you are busy preparing charity galas with Derek. I'm learning how to repair washing machines, organize books, and genuinely assist people. Just like Dad. Your father was a teacher, she spits out. He toyed with Marcus's business as if it were a pastime. Get out. I point at the door. Return to your ideal life with your wonderful hubby. Go organize another charity gala. Go archive some more family images because they don't suit your style. Simply go out of my apartment. Derek tries once more. Now, look here. No, you see here. I'm astonished at how steady my voice is now. I understand exactly why you're both here. When you heard I was working with Uncle Marcus, you became concerned that I may actually earn something you believe should be yours. But here's the thing. I am not you. I am not here for anyone's money. I am here because Uncle Marcus gave me a chance after you threw me away. Mom's face turns red. How dare you? How dare I? How can you come here and appear to be concerned about my well-being when all you care about is your financial account? I approach the door and open it. By the way, Mom, that pantsuit makes you appear desperate. They leave. Mom muttered something about ingratitude, and Derek is already on his phone. I shut the door and slide down against it, shaking. I can hear Mom's voice through the thin walls. I told you it would happen. That tiny gold digger is going to try and take everything. So after the whole drama with Mom and Derek showing up, things went strangely quiet for about a week. I was at work one night when Michael rushed into the laundromat. He appeared afraid. It turns out he was using Aunt Lisa's iPad. A note appeared from someone stored as D, simply saying, "Everything's ready for next week. Lisa, baby, we're finally going to be free." Michael, being the nosy youngster that he is, read the messages. Aunt Lisa probably never logged out of her accounts on that iPad. Derek was the D you were looking for. As in my stepfather, Derek. As in my mother's husband, Derek. They had been texting for months. Michael discovered all of these emails, which detailed their plans to steal money from Uncle Marcus's business and flee together. They had been planning it for about a year. Every time Aunt Lisa hiked my rent, the money went directly into a hidden account. Michael showed up since he wasn't sure what to do. For the first time in his life, the youngster who had mocked me for being poor realized his mother was about to steal everything and abandon him. I called Uncle Marcus. To be honest, part of me wanted to let everything blow up after how they treated me. It would have been some good karma. Uncle Marcus came down to the laundromat right away. Michael was still shivering as he showed Uncle Marcus all of the messages. I have never seen Uncle Marcus appear so blank. His face simply shut down. He placed some calls. It turns out, his lawyer had been suspicious of some business accounts for quite some time. The numbers didn't add up, but Aunt Lisa handled all of the paperwork. Uncle Marcus trusted her completely, so no one looked too closely. The lawyer reviewed every account and transaction. Know how much they intended to steal? $4,300,000. They had already transferred about $1 million to offshore accounts. Remember how Aunt Lisa used to moan about property taxes and utility bills? She was also stealing that money. But what about the real blow? Some of the money came from Michael and Rebecca's college savings. Their own mother was robbing their future so they could run away with my stepfather. Uncle Marcus had an entire team of lawyers and accountants come in. They discovered all of the false businesses Aunt Lisa had put up. She'd issued checks to these companies for maintenance or supplies, but the money would simply go into other secret accounts. Aunt Lisa remained very normal during the entire ordeal. She is still posting selfies from her workout on Instagram. She is still running her PTA meetings, still pretending to be the perfect mother. Derek was the same. He took my mother to charity events, bought her costly gifts, and played the loyal spouse. The lawyers told us we needed to wait and gather more evidence before addressing them. But Rebecca also found everything on the iPad. She arrived at my flat one night, crying with mascara all over her face, and asked if she could stay. For the first time in her life, she lacked a proper sleeping environment. It was strange having her there. This girl, who had mocked me for being homeless, was now almost destitute herself. She couldn't bear living in the same house with Aunt Lisa after learning everything. She slept on my tiny futon, used my cheap shampoo, dressed in Target clothing, and apologized repeatedly for how she treated me. But, honestly, seeing her realize that money does not make you a better person was enough. Uncle Marcus had his IT team monitor all accounts and transactions. The objective was to catch them shortly before they attempted to flee. But Aunt Lisa must have realized something was wrong, because she began shifting money more quickly. Michael celebrated his 18th birthday the next morning. Aunt Lisa had arranged a great event at their house, including hiring a DJ, catering, and even setting up some mini golf in the backyard. She was particularly polite to everyone, most likely because she felt it was her last weekend there. Uncle Marcus determined it was the time to confront them, have all of the proof ready, and gather everyone in one location. Rebecca asked if we should alert my mother first, but Uncle Marcus answered no. We needed to observe her honest reaction to determine whether she was involved. The morning of Michael's birthday celebration seemed strange. Like, really odd. Aunt Lisa is racing around preparing centerpieces and inspecting the caterer. while genuinely planning to leave with my stepfather the next day. Rebecca and I were helping set up, both aware that everything was about to blow, but attempting to appear normal. Michael looked like he was about to throw up every time his mother touched him. Uncle Marcus had a great plan. His lawyer would show up suddenly at the party with some crucial paperwork. They'd gather everyone in the living room and then dispose of all the evidence. The FBI was really waiting nearby. Yes, actual FBI agents. Because it appears that stealing millions from respectable businesses while trying to flee the nation is their thing. My mother arrived early, all thrilled about the party. She hadn't spoken to me since the whole Switzerland boarding school situation, but she pretended everything was fine. Derek entered behind her, holding a large wrapped package. Later, I discovered it was a high-end gaming system. I guess he was trying to purchase Michael's silence or something. The celebration began at 2 p.m., with all of Michael's wealthy classmates arriving in BMWs and Mercedes that their parents had purchased for them. The DJ is playing music. People are swimming in the pool. Everything appears to be normal. But Rebecca, Michael and I are just watching Aunt Lisa and Derek, who are constantly checking their phones and whispering to each other. Around 4 p.m., the lawyer arrived. He's clutching a hefty folder and appears quite serious. Aunt Lisa's expression when she saw him, I wish I had a photo. She knew. They assembled everybody in the living room. Some of Michael's friends tried to stay, but Uncle Marcus said, family only, in this voice. So they left quickly. My mother was fussing about interrupting the party, but then the lawyer began putting out documents on the coffee table. Bank statements, emails, transfer records, and images of Aunt Lisa and Derek taken by a private investigator. The room became quieter as he placed each piece of paper down. Then he played a clip of Aunt Lisa and Derek discussing their intentions, laughing at how foolish everyone was for not noticing. My mother stopped breathing when she heard Derek's voice. She just froze. Aunt Lisa tried to claim the recording was a forgery, but Uncle Marcus took out her iPad, the one Michael discovered the messages on, and began reading their texts aloud. You guys, the shouting that followed. Mom flung herself at Derek and began pounding him with her pocketbook, which, by the way, contained 1,000,000 metal objects. Aunt Lisa attempted to flee, but the FBI agents were already on the scene. Some agent lady just says, Lisa Anderson, you're being arrested for wire fraud and embezzlement. They brought both of them away in handcuffs. Aunt Lisa kept yelling about how we had ruined her life. But what was the worst part? Neither of them looked at their children. So your son's 18th birthday celebration has turned into a crime scene. And you can't even apologize. Mom had a complete meltdown, with full-blown hysteria. Derek had also been using her money. She had signed a series of papers without reading them because she trusted him. She claimed, and he had practically stolen everything she had left from her father's life insurance. The following few weeks were chaotic. The FBI inquiry uncovered even more evidence. Aunt Lisa and Derek had planned this for more than a year. They had phony passports, offshore money, and an entire secret existence ready to go. They had taken from almost everyone. The business, the kids' education funds, and even charity money from those fancy parties they were always attending. Uncle Marcus was watching how everyone handled the situation. Rebecca and Michael basically moved into my small apartment. We had this whole system. Michael slept on the futon. Rebecca shared my bed, and we all used the same bathroom, which was strange. They both landed jobs at the laundromat. Rebecca is actually very good with clients when she isn't nasty to them, while Michael has a talent for maintaining machines. He discovered an issue with the industrial dryer that even the repairman couldn't remedy. Mom went to rehab, not for drugs, but to deal with everything. She'd been so intent on looking great and living the perfect rich life that she'd overlooked all of Derek's warning signs. Uncle Marcus really stepped up. He has been teaching us all about the business. He says he hopes me, Rebecca, and Michael, can run it together someday. We all have various strengths. I'm brilliant with mathematics, like my father was. Rebecca's amazing with people when she tries. And Michael's a bizarre genius with machines. Last week, we all went to Dad's grave for the first time together. Uncle Marcus told us more about himself, including how he helped establish this entire business while still teaching because he believed in helping people. Aunt Lisa and Derek are now in jail. It turns out that taking millions and planning to depart the country is criminal. They're both attempting to blame each other, which would be amusing if it weren't so tragic. Michael and Rebecca are still struggling with it. Imagine discovering that your mother cared more about running away with someone else's spouse than she did about you. But do you know what's weird? We are actually better now, like all of us. Mom is dealing with her concerns rather than hiding behind fancy sunglasses. Rebecca and Michael experience what it's like to genuinely work for something. I discovered that accepting help from others is not always a sign of weakness. Sometimes I look around at my life and can't believe how different it is from a year before. For example, I am currently sitting in the laundry office, which is also my workplace. I handle the place, and it dawns on me. Despite losing my family, I am doing a lot better now. TLD. Our discovered aunt and stepfather were secret lovers who planned to take millions and flee. They were arrested at a birthday party. Mom had a breakdown and went to treatment. Cousins learned humility through laundry, and we all became a true family. Also, Dad was playing 4D chess from beyond the grave. I cut off my freeloading sister, but she stole my identity. My parents enabled her, yet I walked away, choosing self-respect over their toxicity. Do you know how some individuals joke about becoming the family bank? For me, it wasn't a joke. It was my life. For 5 years, I'd been my sister Melissa's unofficial treasurer, paying her rent, electricity, groceries, and even the occasional splurge for her daughter Ellie. All while working a blue-collar job where overtime wasn't a bonus, but a necessity. Melissa was not always like this. She once had a husband and a sense of stability. But when her rage became too much for him to manage, he walked out, leaving her with a stack of bills and a kid. That was when the family baton of responsibility was passed to me. Our parents, reveling in their retired golden years, made it obvious that they had no intention of intervening. "You're young and capable, John," Mom said to me when I brought it up. "You can handle it." So I handled it. I tightened my belt, worked additional shifts, and put my own aspirations on hold, all to ensure Melissa and Ellie did not go without. I told myself it was the correct thing to do. Who else was going to help them? But then, a year ago, Melissa landed a nice job. Nothing flashy, but it included a paycheck, benefits, and the opportunity to finally get back on her feet. I decided I'd help out for a little longer until she adjusted. But as the months passed, I observed something troubling. Melissa wasn't battling anymore. At family dinners, she'd nonchalantly mention her most recent shopping trip or the new gizmo she'd purchased for Ellie. At first, I stayed quiet, thinking to myself that she deserved to have some fun after going through so much. But last week, she pushed me too hard. We were at Mom and Dad's house for dinner. Melissa, Ellie, our parents, and Uncle Rob. The supper was the usual commotion, with Ellie refusing to eat her veggies while Mom and Dad spoke about their most recent cruise. Then Melissa dropped a bomb. "I'm thinking about buying this amazing purse," she added, displaying a snap from her phone. "It's only $500, but it's designer." I paused mid-bite to comprehend her remarks. "You're thinking about spending $500 on a purse while I'm still paying your rent?" I inquired, my tone calm but forceful. How did she respond? She laughed. "Oh, don't be so cheap, John." Something inside of me cracked. 5 years of sacrifice, foregoing vacations, nights out, and things I desired, all for her. So I was cheap? I set down my fork, my appetite gone. Cheap, I repeated, my tone chilly. Let's talk about cheap, Melissa. Like how I've been covering your rent while you buy purses. Or how I've sacrificed everything while you pretend you're struggling. You know what? I'm done. The room became silent. Mom and Dad were now fascinated by their mashed potatoes, while Melissa looked at me in bewilderment. What do you mean, done? She inquired, her tone skeptical. I mean no more rent, groceries, or handouts, I added, rising up. You're on your own. Uncle Rob sat back in his chair and blew a low whistle. Way to go, John, he said, clapping my back. You don't owe anyone anything? Melissa spluttered, attempting to formulate an answer, but I didn't wait. I grabbed my jacket and went for the door, pausing only to say, and if you think this is temporary anger, you're wrong. It's time for you to grow up, Melissa. I departed with my heart racing in my chest. As I drove home, relief and rage struggled for control. 5 years as the family bank, and this is how I was treated. Little did I know, the aftermath from that dinner was only the beginning, and what happened next would put me to the test more than I ever imagined. Melissa's stillness was frightening. Days passed, then a week, and I heard nothing from her. No angry texts, no guilt-tripping voicemails, nothing. It seemed too quiet, like the calm before a storm. I kept telling myself I had done the right thing, but the nagging feeling that something was brewing kept me on edge. That something appeared late one night, in the shape of a knock on my door. When I opened it, I wasn't expecting to see my parents standing there, their faces a mix of irritation and self-righteous outrage. We need to talk about Melissa, Mom stated without hesitation, entering inside as if invited. Dad followed and closed the door behind him. I crossed my arms and leaned on the kitchen counter. Do we? Because I think I've said everything I need to. She's struggling, John, Dad said, his voice heavy with disappointment. Ellie doesn't deserve to suffer because of your stubbornness. I couldn't help but chuckle, and it wasn't out of amusement. Let me get this straight. You two, who've spent the last 5 years on cruises and with wine tastings, want to lecture me about family responsibility. When exactly did you decide to care? That's not fair, Mom exclaimed, her face flaming. We're retired. You're young and capable. And she's your daughter, I replied, my wrath boiling out. Funny how she's suddenly my responsibility now, that you don't feel like dealing with it. The conversation continued in a familiar pattern of shame and blame. Mom's voice rose as she lectured me on family loyalty. Dad groaned deeply, shaking his head as if I were a disappointment. You're being cold, John, Mom eventually said, her tone accusing. This isn't like you. Maybe not, I said, approaching the door and holding it open. But it's how I'm going to be from now on. Thanks for stopping by. They departed muttering, but I felt strangely relieved. For once, I had stood my ground. The relief lasted exactly 2 days. Melissa contacted me out of the blue. I considered not responding, but curiosity got the best of me. What do you want? I inquired, ignoring pleasantries. Her tone was very light. Just wanted to let you know. I'm moving out of the apartment next month. Why? I asked, frowning. Can't afford it without me? Oh, I can afford it, she responded, her tone haughty. I just don't want to. I'm moving back in with Mom and Dad. That hit me like a blow in the stomach. What? They offered, she stated nonchalantly, as if it were no great thing. They said they didn't want Ellie to suffer because of your little tantrum. So I'm putting my stuff in storage and moving into the guest room. Should be cozy. I could not find the words. The thought of Melissa reclining at my parents' house, rent-free and responsibility-free, while they made excuses for her was nearly too much to handle. Oh, and one more thing, she said, her voice full of phony tenderness. You might want to check your credit report. Just a heads up. My stomach sank. What the hell does that mean? She laughed. You'll find out. Bye, Johnny. I hung up and instantly entered my credit card account. What I witnessed made my blood run cold. There it was. A new credit card account in my name with a staggering balance. Thousands of dollars were charged to stores that I had never visited, all of which had opened within the last 6 months. Melissa had taken more than just my money. She had also stolen my identity. My hands shook as I stared at the computer. Rage, bewilderment, and betrayal whirling through my chest. Helping her was one thing. Being fooled for a fool was something quite else. It wasn't just about shutting her off anymore. This was wartime. 2 weeks later, I was still dealing with the consequences of discovering Melissa's credit card fraud. Hours on the phone with credit card companies and a lawyer. I submitted a police report not out of choice, but because my lawyer advised me to do so. I knew it would worsen things, but Melissa had given me no choice. Then came the shocker. I was at work, trying to concentrate on a project, when my phone vibrated with a text message from Uncle Rob. "Did you know your parents took out a loan? Thought you should hear it from me." A chill ran down my spine. A loan? For what? I called Uncle Rob immediately. He did not mince words. "They're paying off the rest of Melissa's debt," he stated plainly. "She went crying to them after you cut her off, and they decided to bail her out. They took a loan against the house to do it." My jaw clenched. "You've got to be kidding me." "I wish I was," Rob responded. "They didn't want you to find out, but I figured you deserved to know." I hung up, my blood blazing. They had gone over my back, enabling Melissa once more and jeopardizing their own financial stability in the process. Worse, they expected me to remain quiet and pick up the pieces when everything fell apart. That evening, I drove directly to my parents' place. When I walked in, they were sitting in the living room with Melissa, laughing as if everything was perfect. As soon as they saw me, their mood changed. "John," Mom said cautiously, "what are you doing here?" "I'm here because I just found out about the loan," I explained, my voice quivering with barely restrained rage. "Care to explain?" Mom's face turned pale, but Dad stood up, his look hard. "We did what we had to do," he explained. "Ellie doesn't deserve to suffer because of your stubbornness." "And what about you?" I questioned, looking at Melissa. "What's your excuse this time? Stealing my identity wasn't enough?" Melissa crossed her arms, her voice defiant. "I did what I had to do, John. You cut me off. What was I supposed to do?" "You were supposed to grow up," I snapped. "But instead, you ran back here and dragged them down with you." I turned to my parents. "And you let her. You're willing to jeopardize your own future just to enable her lies and manipulation. Do you even hear yourselves? We're protecting our family," Mom stated forcefully. "No, you're enabling her," I responded. "And I'm done being a part of it. Don't you dare walk out on this family," Dad shouted as I turned for the door. My heart pounded in my chest as I paused and returned my gaze to all of them. "You already walked out on me the moment you decided my sacrifices didn't matter. I've been your scapegoat long enough. From now on, you can clean up your own messes." Melissa smirked. "You'll be back, John." "You always come back." I met her look with a hard voice. "Not this time." I walked out and slammed the door behind me. My phone was filled with angry texts from my parents and Melissa for the rest of the night. I disregarded them all. For the first time in years, I wasn't burdened by their expectations. I wasn't their banker, fixer, or fool anymore. I was free. This wasn't just disobedience. It was emancipation, and I had no intention of turning back. The fallout was immediate. Within hours of leaving my parents' place, the family group chat exploded. Messages from my dad and Melissa covered the screen, each more dramatic than the previous. "Mom, you are pulling our family apart, John." "Dad, you were raised to be better than this." "Melissa, Ellie is heartbroken. You are a selfish coward." I put down my phone, tightened my jaw, and went for a walk. The night was crisp and peaceful, in stark contrast to the pandemonium raging in my mind. I felt raw, angry, sad, and relieved. For years, I'd carried the weight of my family's expectations, and now that I'd let go, I wasn't sure what to do with myself. The next day, I got an unexpected call from Uncle Rob. "Heard about what happened?" He answered sternly. "Good for you, kid. Someone needed to stand up to them." I exhaled a breath that I hadn't realized I was holding. "Thanks, Rob. I don't feel like the hero right now." "You're not the hero," he stated bluntly. "You're just the only one with any sense." His words provided me with a sense of validation. Still, the days that followed were difficult. My parents had stopped phoning, but the silence was not comfortable. I knew they were furious, and I knew it wasn't over. Melissa wasn't as quiet. She resorted to social media, writing vague yet pointed messages. "It's sad when the people who are supposed to love you the most are the first to abandon you. And my personal favorite, family is supposed to be forever." Guess not for everyone. The genuine breaking point came a week later, when my folks invited me to supper. Despite my better judgment, I went. Perhaps I still hoped for a chance at reconciliation. When I arrived, the situation was tight. Melissa was already present, sitting at the table with a smug grin. Ellie was nowhere to be found. "We need to talk," Dad said, his voice heavy. About how I'm the bad guy? I inquired, sitting down. About how you handled this, Mom asked, her voice harsh. You didn't have to humiliate Melissa or threaten her with the police. She committed fraud, I stated, my voice rising. What did you expect me to do? Clap and say, great job, sis. You could have handled it privately, Dad retorted. You didn't have to escalate things. Privately? I scoffed. You mean quietly? So no one would see how you've enabled her for years? Melissa finally spoke up, her voice filled with wrath. You're just bitter because I didn't need you anymore. I rose up, my chair grinding loudly on the floor. You've never needed me, Melissa. You just used me. And now you've dragged them down with you. John, Mom replied, her voice softening. Please, for Ellie's sake. This isn't about Ellie, I interjected. This is about you refusing to let her face the consequences of her actions. And I'm done being a part of it. I fled without looking back. That night, I sat on my couch, rehearsing the confrontation in my mind. The rage, the hurt, and the treachery. Everything was there. But there was something else, a sense of freedom. For the first time in years, I wasn't shouldering their burdens. In the weeks that followed, I immersed myself in my life. I resumed going to the gym, reconnected with friends, and focused on work. Uncle Rob had been correct. This was not about being a hero. Uncle Rob and I had supper one night, and he told me how proud he was of me. You're finally living for yourself, he told me. About damn time. It was not easy. The guilt persisted, especially when Ellie called one evening and asked why I hadn't come around anymore. I promised her that I loved her and would be there for her no matter what. But my determination remained firm. I'd learned a terrible lesson. Family does not entail losing your happiness, limits, or dignity. Sometimes, love entails stepping away. And as the days passed into weeks, I discovered something I hadn't felt in years: tranquility. In the months that followed, my life changed in ways I never anticipated. Initially, the quiet from my parents and Melissa was deafening. For years, I was their safety net, go-to-problem solution, and banker. Now it was just me. The lack of their continuous demands felt unusual, but it also allowed for something I hadn't experienced in a long time: serenity. I began to fill my days with activities that brought me delight. I finally joined a recreational basketball league after putting it off for years due to job and family obligations. I finally took a weekend trip to the mountains, a dream I had put off so many times that it began to feel like a fantasy. Standing by the shore of a peaceful lake, with no one texting me about bills, rent, or guilt tripping me into solving their problems, I felt something I hadn't felt in years: freedom. Work became a source of pride once again. Without the shadow of family trouble hanging over me, I poured my energies into a new project at work and received a promotion within 3 months. My coworkers also observed the change. You seem lighter. One of them commented over a team meal, like you're finally breathing. They were correct. For the first time in years, I could breathe. Uncle Rob, my dependable sounding board, remained a constant presence in my life. He lifted a glass and smiled as he dined on meat. Here's to you, kid, for finally learning how to say no. I chuckled, but his words stayed with me. Saying no had been the most difficult thing I'd ever done, but it was also the most important. Melissa, unsurprisingly, continued to play the victim. According to what I heard, she was still living at my parents' house, relying on them for assistance and avoiding responsibility. Mom and Dad became increasingly frustrated, but their pride prevented them from acknowledging they had made a mistake. The true surprise came from Ellie. One afternoon, she called me from her mother's phone. Uncle John, she spoke softly. Can I come visit you? Mom says you're mad at us, but I miss you. Hearing her voice made my heart break a little. However, it also gave me hope. Of course, you are welcome to visit, I replied kindly. You're always welcome here. She came over the following weekend, and we spent the day baking cookies, watching movies, and discussing school. She hugged me goodbye and whispered, thanks for being my favorite uncle. That moment reminded me why I had battled so hard to establish boundaries. It wasn't just about protecting myself. I wanted to show Ellie what self-respect looked like. The lesson I learned was simple, yet deep. Standing up for oneself is not selfish. It is important. Family does not imply being a doormat. It denotes respect, support, and mutual caring. And if such things are missing, it is acceptable to walk away. The distance from my family was difficult, but it provided me the opportunity to create a life I could be proud of. I wasn't simply surviving anymore. I was thriving. For the first time in years, I felt like I was right where I was supposed to be. One evening, as I stood on my balcony, watching the sunset, I understood something important. I hadn't lost a family. I had regained myself. And that was a trade I would gladly make again. Am I the asshole for making my son live with his mother, stepdad, and 3 step-siblings after he verbally abused my husband? This entire situation is kind of fucked. And honestly, I'm a bit heartbroken for my husband. Real names I see. I'm Sean 37M. My husband is Zach 36M. And my son is 16, not saying his name. I divorced my ex-wife after she cheated on me for the entirety of our marriage. That was over a decade ago. I see anymore. Son is mine already over and done. I met Zach when I was 28. My son was 7. Me and Zach hit it off instantly. I was finally in a place to start dating again, and thankfully, he was the first person I was interested in. We connected on everything me and my ex-wife did, and a million more things. People say life has a plan for you, and honestly, I believe it. I'd go through a million more divorces and be cheated on over and over if I ended up with him every time. One of the big things was my son. Zach was hesitant at first just because of the situation, but he wanted a family badly, and I was excited for him to meet my son. After dating for a year, I talked to my ex and told her I'm introducing our son to a guy I'm seeing. Told her it's serious, and I see a future with him. She was happy for me. We have a very good relationship now. Just told me to tell her when I was going to do it, so she could be prepared if our son had any questions for her when he visited next. Zach and my son were best friends. Did everything together. They loved playing Minecraft together. They spent hours sitting in front of the TV. I loved watching them. I was so fucking happy the first person I found after my ex was this amazing. After about 6 months, I asked Zach to move in, and the rest is exactly as I've been describing. Amazing. My son started calling Zach his other dad when he was 10. Very sweet moment which makes this hurt worse. Well, last weekend my son had 3 of his friends over. They were playing video games in his room, and I just left to do grocery shopping for the week, so it was just them and Zach. I don't know how this topic came up, but things got very homophobic. My husband was sitting on the couch, and I guess my son and his friends thought me. And he left, but it was just me. My son's room is connected to the living room, so if you're sitting in the living room, it's not super hard to hear what's going on in his room if he's being loud enough. 4 teenage boys playing video games. One of them said, "How it feels having a slur. IDK, if I can say it or not on here." As a father, my son laughed and said, "It was kinda shitty. They said my husband probably touched him when he was little." And my son replied, "He can try it now. You'll get his ass beat." So not even being a dick to Zach, but now also threatening him over something we all know he would never do. They kept saying shit like, "Which one do you think takes it in the ass?" Probably the F slur. At least your real dad still likes women. Just a bunch of hateful shit. My husband sat there, listening to it all silently crying. Also, Zach has spent a good 4 hours a day at the gym for the last 3 years, so IDK, who's getting their ass beat, but it ain't him. I got home about 2 hours later to my husband, sitting in his car with a bag packed waiting for me so he could leave, but didn't want to leave my son alone. I asked what's going on, why are you leaving? And he told me everything. I tried to understand as best I could. I insisted he wasn't serious. He's just being a stupid kid acting tough with his friends, but it didn't matter. The damage was done. Zach left and I went inside and went off on my son. His friends left, and I spent a good 3 hours going back and forth with my son. At first he was very unapologetic and kind of agreed with his friends. I asked if he actually thought my husband sexually abused him when he was younger, and he said no, but kids block those kinds of memories out. So really, who knows? I told him to pack his shit. He's living with his mother. His mom lives 3 hours away, which means new school, new friends if at all, less private space as he'd have to share a room with his stepbrother, etc. Just everything that you'd expect. Going from a single kid in a house to one of 4. My son instantly changed his attitude. He was crying, begging me not to send him away. He didn't mean it. He was just lying to seem cool to his friends. I asked why he doubled down when they left, and he didn't have an answer. I told him to pack his shit. He's leaving in the morning. Called my ex, told her the situation, and she agrees he needs something drastic. What he did wasn't okay at all. Fast forward to now, and my husband is back, but he cries every night. Honestly, it feels like he's mourning, which I don't want, because when you mourn, you don't get over someone, you get as close to indifferent as possible to keep living your life without them. I don't want that. I want my husband and my son to have that strong bond I know they have, and don't want them to throw it away over this. I don't agree with what my son did, but those accusations at minimum can ruin someone's life, and at most end. I'm disgusted with my son. He calls me every day and tells me he misses me and Zach and wants to come home. I stay strong on the phone, but after I break down and my husband tries to console me, tell me my son can come back and he will leave, but no, I'm not doing that. I miss my son. I miss coming home and seeing them spending time together. I've thought about therapy for him, but he said no. You can't force therapy on someone. They'll just sit there for an hour and piss away $400. I need advice. Relevant comments. The Book of Torment. I'd be contacting the parents of these 3 other idiots too. OOP. I did told them what happened and why they came home so soon. Original plan was to spend the night over. They said they'd handle it and thanked me for informing them, but who knows if they actually did anything. Stoner therapist, 89. TA. Therapist here, but obviously everyone is different, so take it with a grain of salt. Parenting is sometimes wildly difficult, and this is one of those times. You did exactly the right thing. There are so many lessons for your son to learn here. Just name a few. He needs to not only learn the consequences of his actions, but that some things truly cannot be taken back. 2. Trying to be cool by being an asshole for absolutely no reason will not end well. It will not only alienate the people who actually care about you, but the people who get off on being unkind will eventually turn on you too. 3. Most people do not get along with their step-parents, and he has been taking that for granted. Separately, if you let him back and Zach leaves, your relationship with your son will be forever altered, as well as your son's life in general. All the love Zach has for him and their connection can be repaired once he gets his head out of his ass. If Zach leaves, your son will know he ruined his father's relationship for the rest of his life. The guilt and resentment from that can cause huge problems later on in life. This can be worked on. It can be resolved. I strongly suggest making family therapy a requirement for moving back into the house with an LGBTQIA+ friendly therapist who can get down to the root of how harmful this was and make him understand that. Individual therapy is also a great idea, but family dynamics stuff needs to take priority. Edited to correct names. Grimwall. This is great advice, but considering the man alleged he was possibly a pedophile, OP's husband clearly isn't going to risk his future on someone who is capable of being that callous. I wouldn't either. This is fixable, but it doesn't mean it will be. It's not any different if a blended family comes together and the daughter accuses her stepdad of touching her. There was literally a post 2 months ago about this exactly. He moved out, divorced the mom, and refused to stop the divorce. Once she confessed her bio dad put her up to it so he could fuck with the mom. Kid thought dad would come back if it happened. Newsflash, he didn't. That said, everyone told him that his future wasn't worth risking it. Just because he didn't get a full-on accusation and a police investigation doesn't mean he should be asked to risk it. I'm saying the same here. Zach said he would move out if the son came back. I think we are likely beyond counseling, at least for a while. Certainly not while he's a minor. There is hope in the future, though, and this is the way. Neat pen, 6522, absolutely NTA. Your son is old enough to know what he said is wrong, and he also chose being cool to his friends over his stepdad, who has shown him nothing but love and support for more than half his life. Everything we say and do has a consequence, whether good or bad, and no one should be exempt from those consequences, even when it hurts. It's the pain that teaches the lesson of how powerful our words and actions are. With that said, the consequences can be taken further to ensure that your son learns this valuable lesson. I think you and Zach need to sit down and make a list of things your son needs to accomplish this year while with his mother in order for Zach to feel comfortable with your son moving back at some point. Some examples. Volunteer in some sort of LGBT program for teens where he has to directly interact with them one-on-one. Counseling. A letter of apology to Zach and a separate one to you. A sit-down, probably over Zoom, with you guys, him, his mother, and her partner, if she has one, where all his parents discuss how wrong his choice was, the real-life consequences to Zach that could have happened, how he broke trust with Zach, and so on. He needs to see all of you adults band together on this so he can get it hammered home that you are united in this. Anything Zach personally requires from your son in order to move forward. The harsh truth that things may never be the same with him and Zach ever again. His words permanently impacted that. Update. This will be long. Sorry. Not going to lie. The entire OG post was basically a disaster. I expected a few replies, with only one actually being helpful, and then the post died. Didn't happen that way. So much back and forth, and so much hate towards me being gay. I expected some, but holy shit. I was done with that post when someone suggested that me and my husband both abuse my son sexually just now. Disaster. I thought living in bumfuck Montana was bad with the homophobic shit I deal with. As for the update, I spent the day yesterday with my son. A lot of people accused me of not taking his claim seriously. I did. The first 30 minutes of our initial talk, when this all happened, was about if he actually was abused. He said no. I asked again when I got here. I made sure to let him know there is no one I'd believe over him. He won't be punished for saying the truth if he was abused for not, but I needed to know. Again, he said no. He was never touched or raped by my husband. On to the questions and his answers. Why would you say something so dangerous? My son said he was feeling rejected by my husband, since as of late, he hasn't been spending nearly as much time with him. Which is true. A large part of my husband's life is my son. Zach tutors him. He coaches him in his sport, basketball. He goes on morning runs with my son. He used to drive him to and from school before my son got his car. They both share a lot of interests. And as a kids/step-parent dynamic, they spend a lot of time together. Towards the end of last year's summer, when my son was still with his mother's, my husband talked to me. He said he wanted to start spending more time apart, but not that kind of apart. He wanted to have more of a social life. He wanted to be able to do things away from us, but not like separate, if that makes sense. He realized my son would be leaving for college in 2-ish years, and my son was such a large part of his life. He didn't want to become depressed after he left with nothing to do. I agreed and said it was a good idea. And he had my full support, as long as he still came home every night, at a reasonable time, and didn't let his relationship with my son suffer or anything. As of now, yes, it is different. My son doesn't need rides to school. He doesn't need tutoring. He doesn't do basketball anymore. Their hobbies are still the same, but my husband has been spending less time at home. It's not like he's gone all hours of the day and comes back at 3 a.m., but he has a healthy social life. IDK. How to explain it? Do you realize how dangerous it is to say something like that if it isn't true? He said yes, and he didn't think anyone was listening. He was just going along with his friend's shit. That didn't make sense to me, so I asked why he stood by his statement after I sent his friends home. He said he thought he shouldn't back down from something he says. Kind of like a ride or die. IDK. I told him that's fucking stupid and never do that, especially if he regrets what he said, and it wasn't true in the first place. He said he knows he realized that when it happened, but he just couldn't stop himself from keeping it up. It didn't hit him that it was serious until I told him he's going to stay with his mother. Why do you want to be friends with people that talk so much shit about your parents? He doesn't want to, but the kids bully the shit out of everyone they don't like, and he feels like he's in too deep to back out now. I do understand I had kids in my school like that. Bully everyone. They were cool to me though, until they found out I was gay. Then they fucked my last few years of high school up. I told him I get it to some degree, but he doesn't have to add into what they're saying. Small chuckle and a fuck you is usually enough to get people to move on from something. I also asked about them bullying him, because they kind of were. He said, yeah, but they're not that bad with it. They just rip into him every so often about having gay dads, and I guess over time, it made my son feel poorly towards my husband. The distance my husband was setting with my son, mixed with his friends, saying the shit they did, just added up to that. I told him I understood. I want to make it clear. I don't support what he said. I understand the emotions behind it though. Why didn't you talk to us about how you were feeling? He said he didn't want to start anything. My husband and he are still close. He didn't know how he felt and was more confused than anything. So why say something that would cause a fight if he didn't even know if he felt that way? I also understood this. At this point, I think this is just one miscommunication after another. Open dialogue would have prevented all of this from happening. There were a lot more questions, but me and my ex ended with, "Do you actually feel remorseful for what you said, or are you just tired of sleeping in the same room as a 7-year-old?" He's actually remorseful. Told me even if he was staying there all year, he would still feel terrible over what he said about Zach. Reassuring him again, if anything did happen now, is the time to speak. And I will believe him again. He said no. He started crying, saying he just missed us. Emotional moment, we hugged, told him I loved him, and that would never change. Asked him to leave the room so me and his mother could talk. We decided on a month-to-month assessment to see when he would get privileges back, ending with him coming home. There were conditions to all of this, like family therapy, solo therapy, cutting his friends off completely, which I would help with. He was against the solo therapy but came around. He asked if Zach was here. I said no, but would ask him if he wanted to come next time, which my son smiled at. I still agree sending my son to my ex-wife's was the right move. A lot of people aggressively disagree, which is fine. My parenting style isn't for everyone. One of you told me I should beat the kids up though. So do I really care if some of you disagree with how I patent IDK? Not really. Situation still sucks IDK. What to say? I miss my son. He isn't coming home right now, and I wish I was leaving her house with him. As it stands right now, son is living with his mother and her family. He will get his phone and PS5 and car back at the end of the first, second, and third month in that order. He will be able to move out of the room he's currently in, out into the guest house at the end of month 4. Every month after that is touch and go, and we'll discuss at the end of each month what we think. Son will do bi-weekly solo therapy, and we will all do bi-weekly family therapy. We see it as he should do solo therapy 1 week, then family therapy the next. He can come back sooner. I want him back. My husband wants him back. He's wanted him back since he left. His mother is holding strong, but she also sees he's just miserable. So I think she'll break at some point and give up the guest house early. It is what it is. At the end of the night, my son asked if Zach would want to hear from him so he could apologize. And I told him yes. I've told him yes a few times now. Zach would love to hear from him. I doubt he'd have to wait longer than 1 ring before Zach picked up. My son called him as I was leaving, so I know they spoke about what though. When I got home, Zach was feeling like shit and blaming himself more for all of this. I told him it's no one's fault. We just needed to talk to each other more. All in all, I think my son is remorseful, and he was just feeling trapped and isolated in a shitty situation and didn't know how to get out of. I feel for him, and I wish I saw what was happening sooner. Thank you all for the advice. Or most of you. Some of you were just nasty and hateful. Someone on my first post, called Stoner Therapist, something like that, gave good fucking advice. I didn't say it on that post, but if you read this good shit, thanks for it. Next update will be when he comes home. Hopefully it will be soon. Thanks y'all. Relevant comments. Scary Cycle 1, 508. I think my last verdict was NASAA. So I can only reiterate that I do think you did the right thing. You removed your son from a situation that wasn't just hurtful to your husband, but also to your son, because the influence from those other kids was just disgusting. Also to your husband. It's definitely not his fault. He is doing the smart thing, developing a social life for when your son is off to school. Did you talk to your son about why Zach was spending less time at home? Did he understand that it was so he wouldn't be as miserable once your son is out of the house? Avocado_Mr. 284. With what Zach did, the issue isn't that he chose to develop a social life. That's smart of him. The issue is that he pulled away from this kid he had a very close parental relationship with and gave him no warning or explanation. That's going to make any kid insecure and unhappy. Sure, OP could have explained this to his son, but honestly, in a perfect world, since Zach and the son were so close, he would have done this himself instead of being shielded by OP, and would have known to do this. Both OP and Zach did screw up here, not on a massive level, to be clear. Just the ordinary kind of screw up which all parents, even the excellent ones, make at some point. It just sucks that it spiraled here. But I do think the bullying and discriminatory environment at school is more to blame than this mistake. Revolutionary Cow, 7 1961. What your kid did is horrible, not gonna sugarcoat. But what your husband did and you allowed was bound to backfire. Who the hell ever heard of pulling away from your kid because he'd be going to college in a couple of years, and your husband didn't want to feel sad because he would miss him so much when he left? For God's sake, your husband needs to grow emotionally. Way to cause your kid to have a breakdown because he suddenly feels unloved and doesn't know why. I'm sorry, what the kid said was reprehensible, but if anyone is to blame here, it's the parents for being idiots and thinking this would ease your husband's feelings of loss because the little boy is growing up. He basically abandoned the kid with no explanation and pulled away. What did you think the end result would be? Consider yourself lucky he didn't go hog wild, bad kid. I'm sorry this comes across as mean, but I just can't get over doing this to a kid. Prompt No. 2. 857. This is one of the most extreme punishments I've ever heard for a kid's first offense. This kid was getting teased because of his parents and was never coached on what to say. And now they are punished for 4 months because a parent overheard and didn't realize the child was a victim too. Oh, I never said this was his first offense. Most recently, he asked a girl out. She said no, so he and his friends egged her car. This is his first offense, as in accusing someone of assault when it wasn't true. But I feel like that's a pretty serious thing to do and not common, so IDK. I doubt he will be gone for 4 months. Prompt No. 2. 857. He didn't accuse Zach of abuse. He was deflecting so he wouldn't be ridiculed. He was in a position he wasn't prepared for. I know you don't want your son ridiculed and teased about being gay at school, because that's likely what would have happened if he took up for Zach. Now, for egging someone's car, that's a physical, not just words among friends, and deserves a harsher punishment, because that's assault and vandalism. Mighty fine hotcakes. Thank you, stoner therapist from a fellow psych graduate. My comment was very blunt in saying y'all need to do the hard thing and go to therapy. Good job on being parents. It'll take time, but it will be time well invested for the well-being of your family. Stoner Therapist 89. Reading the feedback on my post was so interesting. Gotten everything from being called a hero to you're the worst therapist in the world. So as I said, very interesting. My childhood best friend's boyfriend raped me 10 years ago. I kept quiet but revealed it when they got married, so everyone blames me. I kept quiet for 10 years, but I told them the truth when they were married. Now everyone blames me for speaking up. Please bear with me as I provide a brief backstory. Growing up, I, 27, had a childhood friend named Angie, if 27, who was as close as a genuine sister. We spent entire weekends at each other's homes, celebrating family occasions together. When my parents divorced, I lived with her from the age of 6 until 18. I learned to speak some Russian because she is Russian, and she learned some Spanish. Needless to say, her older brother and younger sister felt like family to me. During our teenage years, Angie had 2 male best pals. She began seeing one of them, and the other, Nico, now 29, who was also Russian, is the person I began dating when I was 17. Growing up, I struggled with a cardiac ailment. I won't bore you with the details, but I needed to take a number of medications. Starting at the age of 16, I became healthier and no longer needed to take them on a daily basis, except when my heart rate became irregular. However, when this occurred, it became exceedingly painful. My heart would cramp and I would begin to hyperventilate. All of my pals, including Nico, were aware of this, and they also understood that combining my medications with alcohol would cause me to black out. As a result, I didn't smoke or drink much while growing up. I was concerned about my health and only drank at home or in a safe environment. Here, the legal drinking age is 16, and I rarely drank anything other than wine or beer. I had sex for the first time with Nico when I was 17. 2 weeks later, while my parents were at a retreat, he came over for a date night. I had one glass of wine, but then I began experiencing health problems, which led to me taking my medication and going asleep. The next morning, I felt a little sore, but I didn't give it much thought. 2 weeks later, I informed Nico that my menstruation was late. He panicked and confessed to having sex with me while I was unconscious. We'd done it before, so he didn't think much about it. He didn't have a condom, but since I was on the pill, he assumed it was fine. He also stated that he did not come into me, but rather in a tissue. I felt violated and disgusted by myself. I didn't know how to convey it, so I merely told Angie. I was a complete wreck for a few years, and couldn't have sex until 2 years later. I didn't recall any of it, but I was too embarrassed to tell my mother or anyone else. I didn't consider it rape at the time, because I was too young to grasp what had happened and how I'd been assaulted. Angie assured me that everything was fine, and that if I felt horrible about it, I should end our relationship. But because we were in a relationship and had sex before, I felt conflicted. I eventually broke up with him the next day. Nico and Angie were close and spent a lot of time together, so he must have cried to her about his broken heart. After a few months, I felt compelled to see him whenever I visited her. I explained that I couldn't see him, but she didn't comprehend. Eventually, the contact ended, and we haven't texted or seen each other in years. I continue to follow her and her family on social media. I noticed that her brother was expecting his first child. Because I was incredibly close to her family, I replied on the Instagram post to offer my happiness. He contacted me thereafter. I had missed his wedding, but he wanted to know whether I would be interested in attending the baby shower, as we hadn't spoken in years and were formally very close. He told me I was like his third little sister. I asked Nico if he would be attending, as Angie and he had been dating for 9 years, and he replied sure. I didn't say much, but I offered to send him a modest gift if he could give me his current address. I mentioned that I would not be attending. He kept nagging me about what occurred all those years ago and why I'm no longer in their lives. Angie told her family that I couldn't see her since she was seeing my ex, but her brother suspected more. This is when I believed I could be honest. I told him the truth about what occurred back then. While I didn't realize it at 17, I now know it was rape, and I referred to it as such. I didn't hear back from him, but Angie contacted me a few days later, furious. Nico had intended to propose at the baby shower, but Angie's brother is now opposed after learning why I stopped communicating. She informed me she loves Nico and intends to stay with him, but her brother said she is no longer a part of his life. He does not want his baby girl to be raised by a rapist's family. Since then, I've received messages from former high school acquaintances telling me that I should have ignored it and not told anyone. They claim that because I didn't speak up back then, I've lost my right to do so now, and that I'm a terrible person for causing problems. Someone's life has been damaged because of something he did as a child 10 years ago. Is it really my fault for speaking up? Comments, where OP has replied. The OP responds to comments regarding her right to speak up, stating that she now realizes it was rape. But we grew up in a little town of about 5,000 people, and I'm not sure what would have happened if I had spoken up. He was 19 at the time, 2 years older, and everyone knows everything about everyone else. It would have had a significant influence back then, just as it does today. They all still reside there, and word has spread. That is why so many of our former classmates, the majority of whom still reside in the area, are contacting us. They've left me furious texts. They've known Nico their entire lives and are sticking by him. When I was 20, I moved out, and my mother departed soon after. We didn't keep in touch with most folks. It still aches my heart to receive such a violent response from people who were my entire childhood. Thank you for all of your well wishes. I sincerely appreciate it. OP Nico ruined his own life, not mine. I recognize that he is responsible for what transpired. The pushback I'm getting is because he appears to be a different guy now. And Angie believes that what he did as a youngster shouldn't ruin his life. Angie also says it has nothing to do with her brother's daughter. I'm not sure if Nico will ever act out or do anything, but it doesn't change what happened to me. Thank you for confirming this. I can't stop feeling awful about the repercussions. While I do not want to see Nico or Angie, I am at peace with what happened to me back then. Commenter, but why are they assaulting you rather than the brother? You are not the one who objects to the marriage. To be honest, it all feels like misogyny and victim blaming. OP, I suppose since he is family, and I am the outsider who has ruined their family. I've received numerous messages from people who previously did not have my phone number. I'm blocking as many as I can, but it's difficult not to allow these remarks get to you. Commenter, Nae Susi. They got together so quickly after the two of you split up. I can't help but think if your friend was encouraging you to abandon your relationship with Nico because she had always wanted to be with him. OP, I really don't believe that. They've known one another for years, and she broke up with her boyfriend 2 weeks before I ended my relationship with Nico. It is a small village of approximately 5,000 people, even with pupils our age from adjacent villages. Our school had just 500 students. The possibilities were extremely limited. Update. September 15, 2024. First and foremost, I'm grateful to everyone who took the time to read my tale and leave comments. I read over every comment and attempted to respond to as many as possible. It offered me a glimmer of hope for compassion toward rape victims, as well as the confidence to resist the hostility I faced. Mental update. Reading all of the letters, justifying my decision to speak up, made me realize how insecure I was about what I was permitted to do, and how much I was trying to make things right for people other than myself. This notably applied to Nico and Angie. All of you are correct. If Nico had truly changed, he would have apologized, reached out, or attempted to make amends in some way. Either when word reached him from his brother-in-law, or earlier in his life. Angie, my former best friend, should have felt sympathy if she respected me as a person or the time we spent together. Her reactions taught me not to hesitate in my actions. I began going to therapy at the age of 21 and felt I had moved on from the rape as much as possible. But I realized how humiliated I am, almost 10 years later, for an act that was completely out of my control. I was embarrassed to speak up back then, and I was frightened that the people around me might react differently. I still felt guilty about speaking up today, so I've been trying to accept what happened to me and not apologize for other people's actions, especially when they don't even respect me. Since then, I preserved all unwanted WhatsApp messages for future reference. Angie's mother contacted me the next day, crying. I shouldn't have answered the phone, but during our 10-year friendship, I considered her an aunt, almost a second mother. She used to joke that as her children ran around the house, I would always take the time to drink tea and converse with her, giving her more love and attention than her actual children. While she apologized for what had happened and what I had been through as a youngster, she couldn't believe I would ruin Angie's happiness over something like that. Angie's brother's refusal to accept Nico as a member of the family, and Angie's support for Nico has divided their family, and she is distraught. She has grown to adore Nico as if he were a family member, and she regards him as nothing more than a nice young guy who she hopes will bring her daughter happiness. It wasn't aggressive or unpleasant language, just a heartbroken mother who claimed to understand my pain while still seeing flaws in me. Angie's mother tried to persuade me to apologize or retract what I said, but I refused since I don't see any blame in myself. Despite everything that has transpired, I feel Nico has not changed and is simply hiding it better. He sees how people are sticking by him and supporting his actions, so he sees no reason to change, which I didn't want to encourage. Angie's mother never used the word rape. I tried to correct her every time she mentioned it, naming it so she could better comprehend, but she only started crying harder. It didn't make sense for us to keep chatting. Angie's mother used to communicate with my mother, and after our chat, she reached out to her. I was terrified my mother would find out because she comes from a very conservative background. We had a long conversation, and while I haven't met her in person yet, she apologized for not being there for me and not making me feel like I could communicate to her. I attempted to calm her down as much as I could, but when she inquired if my current boyfriend knew I was used like that, I became enraged. She was afraid my partner would abandon me if he found out, meaning that what had transpired made me less valuable or appealing. I hung up after she urged me to keep it a secret from our family, both abroad and in our country. She was acting just as I had feared she would, as if it were something shameful. It was especially difficult because I am working hard to overcome my feelings of shame. She has now apologized, but it is evident that her attitude toward me has altered. I'm not sure how to handle it yet, but it's something to be concerned about in the coming weeks. As some of you suggested, I wrote Angie's brother, Svan, again to apologize for the mess, but I'm glad it's out in the open. I also told him how proud I was that he was defending his family. I asked if his old email address still worked, since I wanted to send him a gift card. He did not react, but I received a message from his wife 2 days ago. She thanked me for coming out and notifying them about Nico. Apparently, there were a couple times that made her uncomfortable. Some jokes Nico told. And in retrospect, she understands why. Sven allegedly notified her as soon as he received my initial SMS, and they have both since seen Angie but not Nico. She refuses to remain in the same room or house with him, as does their unborn daughter. Sven and Angie's mother has visited them several times, pleading with them to forgive Nico, and Sven has given in little. Angie and Nico will marry, and Sven will attend, but not his wife. Nico is welcome in the family, but is not permitted to communicate with Sven's wife or daughter. These restrictions do not apply to Angie. Sven has been suffering while attempting to assuage his mother's concerns, and he is unable to take a position and cut them out totally. This is the compromise they made without his wife's approval. And she told me she is doing everything she can to cut them out of their lives indefinitely. She wants to be closer to her family as well, and she believes this is the perfect opportunity, but she is unsure if she can follow through. His wife apologized profusely for all of the problems I've had, and it's been a difficult situation for them. Sven understands that it is not my fault, but he prefers not to communicate. It's difficult for him to speak with or see my name because, while he knows I'm not the guilty party, I was the bearer of terrible news, and he sees me as the beginning of all this drama. She told me several times that neither she nor Sven think I'm the evil guy. They're just fatigued from everything. And it's been incredibly difficult on them. That is all that has transpired thus far. I'm frustrated with how everything came to be. Nico appears to be going about his business without regard for the consequences. I didn't want him to suffer, but I guess part of me wanted an apology for all the pain I had endured. Now I have to deal with my mother's changed, ashamed opinion of me. Even though I'm relieved that it's all over, it's difficult for me to stick to my decisions. Throughout this journey, my spouse and best friend have both provided a shoulder to cry on. My best friend has been outraged for me, and I am delighted to have both of them by my side. Right now, I'm simply emotionally spent, but I'm sure it will improve after a few weeks. After discovering my stepmom's secret Reddit account, I learned she hates me and my siblings, and it's completely shattered our family. Original post, July 17th, 2024. I'm really pissed off and want to vent. I even cried reading the things she said, and I don't know what to do. I don't need any advice. I just want to vent. My father has been married to my stepmother for 5 years. He has been divorced from my mother since my younger brother was 2 years old. There is no beef between them, and they have a great co-parenting. I have a 17-year-old sister, a 16-year-old brother, and I'm 25. Then my father has a 3-year-old son with my stepmother. I found her Reddit account in a pretty random way. Since I'm only home on the weekends, I let her use my computer. She forgot to close her email. She doesn't post too much, but she comments too much. I was honestly going to close the email, but it caught my attention that all the replies were from an step-parents subreddit, so curiosity won me over. I know. It's not a good thing to do, and curiosity killed the cat. The first thing I saw was her last post, in which she detailed things about my life in a random Reddit sub, criticizing my decisions, and even lying to get people to support her. She has posts on that site, talking about how happy she feels when my siblings are not at home. My sister adores her, but she has comments talking about how she can't wait for them to turn 18 and leave the house because she just wants to share the house with her family. My father and her toddler, it seems that she doesn't see us as her family. She has a lot of comments answering other people that it's totally okay to not love your stepchildren because they're not family, and it's okay not to consider them one. She has comments talking about how much it bothers her when my dad and brother have sleepovers. They just watch a series in the playroom and then go to sleep, as she is tired of hearing the laughter of a teenager and can't wait until we all leave the house, so my father can be with his real family. But what she hates the most is having to learn sign language for my little sister. It had always seemed strange to me that SM still struggles with sign language, but now I know that she never really put in the effort to learn. My sister always said that for many people, sign language is very difficult, so I never said anything. But now I know that she always found stupid to learn how to communicate with my sister, when my sister always tried to help her. I was too surprised by the hatred she has when my father spends time with me and my sister. Her jealousy towards us is so obvious that it disgusts me that there were so many people who told her how they feel the same way about their SDs, to the point of sexualizing things. My siblings are not problem children. They even love her very much. And what fills me with anger the most is that she is so false in front of us. Do you know the number of times I offered to babysit my stepbrother so she and my dad can go on a date? All those times, she refused to let me take care of him, but now I saw comments that she left about how I am living at my father's house and I don't help her at all, only for other people to respond saying that she should give my father an ultimatum to make me leave because I'm too old to live with him and he has a new family. I cook my food, do my laundry, share a room with my sister. I help my father pay the bills while she doesn't, and only come home on the weekends because I'm doing a police academy ALS or full week. I don't even care if I'm making too obvious who I am. It was my father who told me to move back with him so that when I come back from the academy on Friday nights, it will be a shorter trip. She sexualizes my interactions with my father, saying that it is not normal for me to sleep a nap hugging him, and that I should know my place. He is my father. What the hell wrong with her? I'm so disgusted. Relevant comments. Grumble gal, this. Show your father what she really thinks of you all. Because once you're all eventually out and she gets her wish, she's going to work double time to keep it that way and isolate him. Accurate neck. 6. 933. You won't get any inheritance. She will make sure of it. Whoopee, I don't think my father has anything to inherit to us. We all lose in that OOP on why she is in the police academy. OP. I live in a third world country. Half of my colleagues are women in vulnerable situations. The only way out they found was to get into the police, because here you get free health care, education, and money. Women who have left their children to walk forward in the only way they found. You demonstrate your privilege by criticizing and being judgmental about someone just because of their work, without knowing everything behind it all. Oop on if she has had a relationship with her stepmom, and if they have talked on a regular basis. Oop! Honestly, I would have taken the time to sit down with her and chat about how she feels before I knew all of this. She's had years to adjust. But now, I don't give a shit about what feels a person who says, I want to fuck my own father. And that learning sign language is a waste of her time when my sister feels bad for not being able to communicate with her too much after years. Nothing justifies being jealous of a daughter with her father. Nothing justifies her comments. It's one thing to say you're stressed, and another to make up things on the internet about your stepdaughter. I deleted the post. July 17, 2024. Hi. I decided to delete the post because for now I can't tell anyone what happened, because I'll basically be locked up in the academy until Friday morning. In fact, I shouldn't even be using my cell phone now. Someone with too much free time shared the situation in that sub of step parents to warn my SM. I have screenshots of everything, including a video showing that it is her email and showing the comments. If she sees that post, what will she do? Delete the account. I already have the proof. But I don't want my siblings to find out before I tell them. And I know that those types of posts usually end up in those TikTok that re-upload posts without permission. So I prefer to delete the post so that it doesn't stand out even more. Although my siblings don't use Reddit or that kind of content, I'm going to post again in that sub when I talk about everything with my family. So I hope Redditors know how to keep the secret of the post for now. I know they won't. Being a stepmom is hard. Yes, one thing is feeling that you're having a hard time, and another totally different thing is making a post saying that you hate it when your stepdaughter is around her father because you think she's going to fit him. It is not the same to say being a step-parent is stressful, then to say honestly, learning hence L is unnecessary. BC, when the girl turns 18. I will not see her again. It is a waste of time since she can read lips. Also, some people complained about me hugging my dad. I also take a nap hugging my mother or my siblings. I'm sorry for having a family that loves me and are not perverts who see a hug as something sexual. Probably next week, I will be able to maybe give an update. The academy keeps me working almost all day. Comments. Elegant Crab 7500. Oh honey. My heart breaks for you. You do, though, sound very mature and responsible. I have helped my sister raise my niece, who is now 23, and is totally alienated from her dad, who left my sister for his now wife, when my niece was only 10 old, and step-family, because her stepmom is much like yours, but has done far worse things, but then, in a narcissistic way, blamed it on my sister and I. My niece acts very tough and nonchalant about it, but a good few months ago, we were watching Hope Floats, and she just burst into tears sobbing. Why doesn't Dad love me? What did I do wrong? There is no perfect outcome for this, sadly, but I do feel that she needs to know that you know, and so do your mom and siblings. If possible, do it in a calm, factual way that protects your integrity. From my experience, do not respond and or mirror or act like her. Always maintain your dignity and equilibrium, in spite of what people here might say. Always maintain the upper hand. My sister and I did not, and sadly reacted to a lot of what my niece's stepmom did with rage. She, as any good narcissist, would in turn use this against us. I talked with my siblings and my mom, July 20th, 2024. Hi. For now, I'm going to post this little update here, since I haven't spoken to my father yet. But I spoke with my siblings and mom. I told my dad that I was staying at a friend's house when I left the academy. But I actually went to my mom's house and told her everything. She doesn't even know what Reddit is. That site isn't used too much here. But I translated the comments and posts for her. I showed her the videos and my mom was furious. I explained to her that in the comments it's Madre Biologica. I was confused about it too, the first time I read that. Also with Sesamong. So my SM also made comments and posts complaining about my mother being that they have always had a cordial treatment. But still my M was lying, saying that my mother was troublesome. No one in the comments said anything. Everyone supported her, and they recommended that she should move far away with her legal family. Far away from the problematic BM and kids. First we told my brother, who was also upset, and said that she was a fake, but that he has seen her ignore my sister and pretend that she does not see or hear her a lot of times. He explained that, like me, it also seems strange to him that SM has not yet learned sign language. My siblings spend a lot of time at my father's house. Just like English or Spanish, sign language is much easier to learn if you live with someone who uses it every day. Therefore, it is strange that SM doesn't use it. He said that even my father has offered to pay for her classes, but she says she doesn't have time. We asked him if he noticed any other behavior of that kind, and he said that SM doesn't let him take care of our younger brother, which she also does with me. But curiously, she does let our sister take care of him, so I don't understand that. Other than that, she's never treated him badly or anything like that. At the time of telling my sister, she was the most hurt. She cried, especially because of SM's comments towards me, calling me a whore. It's kind of ironic how the comments towards her affected me, and the comments towards me affected her. Something that my sister noticed that I didn't is that almost all of SM's comments are criticizing me. My sister and even my mother, but my brother, she has only criticized sleepovers, or when he comes back late from being with his friends. But she has criticized my and my sister's clothes, made up things about my life, confessed that she hates it when we hug our father. She said we're too clingy. She talked badly about my mother, etc. My sister said it's sexist, and maybe she's got some mental problem. My sister said she always believed M didn't really hear her, and she maybe wasn't speaking well and didn't understand her. I think that's the shittiest thing of all. My sister's greatest pride is being able to pronounce some words, no matter how short they are, or if they sound like noise for some people. We understand her. But M made her feel insecure every time she ignored her. I know that my sister always justified that by believing that it was her mistake, and that Sem made an effort to learn, but it was simply more difficult for her. But now we know that no, she was never interested in learning. I'm getting mad again as I write this, sorry. My mother said she was going to talk to both of them, mainly because, even though it's an anonymous site, SM's way of expressing herself is sick, and she's not going to let my siblings be around someone like that. Oh, but she's venting. Being a stepmom is lonely. I received comments like that. It's not the same to say I feel lonely and I feel stressed, than to say my stepdaughter behaves like a slut, just because me and my minor sister uses a bikini for the pool. Her account is old. She's been leaving comments like that for years, with lies, with complaints we never heard before. It's just messed up. We arranged that we're going to tell our father all together and show him everything, so we're probably going to tell him tomorrow because I need to leave for the academy on Monday. My SM account has not been deleted. It's crazy how she makes things up to get approval from strangers. At this point, I don't even know if she's crazy or a mythomaniac. I would like to go back to her email since the password is saved, but I don't know if she will receive a notification of that because this time I closed the account. Update: July 22nd, 2024. We talked to my father over the weekend. For now, he is staying at my mother's house. It is a complicated situation, since in the middle of everything is my half-sibling too. During the weekend, I went to my father's house, and the first thing I did was tell my stepmom separately that I've seen her Reddit account, and I'm going to talk about it with my dad. She told me that I can't condemn her for something she uses as an intimate diary, but I told her that this is not a diary. It is a social network where she makes her problems and lies public. If someone other than me discovered her account, then what was going to happen? Were they going to believe all the things she invented? If her identity was revealed on that account by someone else, I would have too many problems and could even be kicked out of the academy. Again, there's a big difference between saying, "I'm stressed and my stepdaughters behave like sluts around their father." I simply told her that my mother and sister also know it and would come to talk about it too. She, for obvious reasons, just went to lock herself in her room, not wanting to talk with me. Once we talked to my father, I showed him most of the posts and comments. There were so many crazy comments that I think it would take me too long to read them all, because they were just so long too. She's that kind of people who comments the bio of their lives in the posts of other people. My father got angry. My SM never expressed having a single problem with us like that. The situation would be different if we knew what she thinks about us. My father went to look for my SM, who refused to talk about it, and was mostly angry with me for violating her privacy. My father told her that she's insane for thinking that my sister and I sexually provoked him, that he can't believe the way she talks about my sister and the happiness she expresses every time my sister goes to the hospital and is not home. How she expresses to be counting the days until my sibling stops going to the house forever. My father told her that she knew that he is a father, and that he would never leave us aside. She made her decision, and even so, instead of talking about her problems, she decided to create an account to play at being a victim. She said she needs a place to vent, but he told her that venting is not the same as telling lies. Venting is not the same as hating your stepdaughters and talking horrible things about them, and she could have spoken about it and not just lied. They argued a lot, but it didn't get anywhere because she kept defending herself, and my father only told her that it was over. My mother told my father that she is not going to let my sister and brother be around a woman who is clearly mentally unstable, because no normal person thinks like that. After arguing too much, and even trying to make SM understand that what she did is wrong, she just justified herself all the time. My father went with us and told her that he is going to come back just to see my brother every day, but that he no longer trusts her and never saw that side of her. She lied for so many years. Nothing really went as I expected. I think I at least hoped that she could apologize, but I think she doesn't even think that what she did is wrong. In her mind, everything was totally justified because being a stepmother is difficult. But nothing justifies her being so cruel and poisonous. But yeah, that's what happened. I think it's hurtful to know that someone can hide that much darkness inside. I wasn't too close with her, but I liked her to the point of sharing my clothes and things with her, so I also feel sad about it. Mostly for my dad. Ella simplemente es una vibra de dos cabezas. Editor's note. Translation. I would like to just say that she is insane, but I think that would give room to justify her behavior. She is simply a two-headed viper. Relevant comments. Not so religious now. Is her account still up, or did she delete everything? She's absolutely insane and a narcissist if she can't see that what she did was wrong. I hope it all works out for you guys. Stay strong. Oop. The last time I looked, it was still there. I have her email password saved on my computer, so if she doesn't delete it, I'll tell my sister to do it for me. Some people told me that they have recognized some of her comments, so yes or yes, I will delete the account if she doesn't and kill the messenger one. Wow, just wow. You think you know someone, and then 1 second, bam. I am so sorry you and your family are dealing with this. SM is off her rocker. Does she need constant attention and approval? She needs therapy, and most likely the whole family, because this is a traumatic event, and major trust issues are now forming. Stay well. Stay strong. OP, new updates. Little tiny update. August 25th, 2024. 1 month later. Hello. It's been a while, and I honestly forgot to make an update. Not many things have happened, but I just want to update for people who were worried. My younger brother has been visiting us. Our father still lives at my mother's house. Luckily, my stepmom lets my dad bring him home some days of the week, and on weekends. I deleted her account weeks ago. She didn't tell me anything about it or if she saw any TikTok or post about this. Maybe now she's afraid to use Reddit or something like that. I only deleted the post, but there were too many comments, and I honestly didn't want to waste my time deleting them one by one. I'm not sure if comments are automatically deleted with the account as well. I'm not going to talk too much about her and my father's relationship, but she continues to deny that she did anything wrong and has a very misogynistic way of thinking about women, and apparently she does not intend to change her way of thinking. It's too crazy how now we know her dark side, but at the same time, she's still her with my little brother, and even my father. My father is separated from her, for now, because he doesn't have money to pay for the divorce. She said that if they come back together, she will not let me enter her house after what I did. So my father decided to stop trying with her. I have no idea what legal arrangement they have on the house, or what will happen when they divorce. But I guess my father is going to leave the house to her, and he's going to find another place to rent in order for my younger brother to suffer as little stress as possible from a separation. For a toddler, moving is a lot of anxiety, so it's better for him to stay comfortable in his place. I wouldn't have any problem with that, and neither would my siblings. I prefer my brother to have a home and suffer as little as possible from the separation. So yes, that has happened. I'm surprised that a month has passed. I feel like it's been 7 years, but these kinds of serious processes last month. So nothing interesting or anything like that has happened. For now, I'm glad my little brother can be with us. Update 2. October 5th, 2024. 1.5 months later. Hello. It's been a while since I last posted here. I just wanted to give one last update before leaving this for a few months, since things like divorces take a lot of time and long processes, much more so when minors are involved. If my father and SM agree on everything, the divorce process can be finished in 3 months. But if not, it can last up to a year. It all depends on them. This will probably be a pretty boring update, but I want to reassure people who are worried about me and my siblings. My father has screenshots of everything, even the video of me entering her stepmom account from her email on my computer. I don't think it will do much good during divorce, since internet laws are a gray area here. But it's always better for him to have that just in case. Needless to say, SM will be in maybe 3 months. If everything goes well, officially only my little brother's mother and no more my Sema. Luckily, she lets my little brother come to my mother's house and spend time with my father and us as always. He comes almost every day of the week. My father is going to leave the house to her so that the divorce will be the least stressful for my brother. At one point, my father wanted to ask her to let me stay there on the weekends when I come back from the academy. But I told him not to do that. Honestly, I'm afraid to wake up and find her on the end of the bed looking at me like misery. I don't want to share a house with her at all. The only and last time I had a conversation with Sesame again, I asked her if she wasn't ashamed of anything, and she totally ignored me. I think the most affected by this was my sister, who feels she has suffered discrimination from our stepmother, and I honestly believe her. My sister has told us about some situations that she let go of, but now realizes were micro-discriminatory behaviors against her. Although they were not things like making fun of her in front of her face, there are microaggressions that we often decide to ignore, but they are done with malice. For example, my brother said that someone said that my father's sons, salen bien del horno. At the time he took it as a random comment. Maybe we are overthinking, but now he thinks it was something with double intention towards me and my sister. Like saying that we didn't come out well. Again, things we like to ignore and think, nah, it was just a random comment. She has never apologized. She has the kind of mentality that the husband is only the wife's man, and the partner comes before the children. Which in my opinion is bullshit, because she's only jealous of me and my sister. SM strongly believes that she didn't do anything wrong, except not to have written that in a secret diary. At least she now admits that. Maybe in 10 years, she will realize everything else. My father, for obvious reasons, has gotten tired of trying to talk to her in a mature way, so they are going to divorce. And I guess she expected it because she didn't make any fuss nor anything like that. Divorces are a long and expensive process. So for now, my parents, and me too, at least she's a good mother to her own son, are focusing on not letting my younger brother feel those chaotic vibes. And my parents are taking care to not let my sister feel too bad either. They will go for joint custody, since my father could not take care of my little brother 20 because of his work. And anyway, they would not give him to him since he does not have a house or all the things that the courts ask for. I think the least affected by all this is my other brother who is in dad. She's a bitch. Just find another girlfriend mode, but I guess that's how teenagers are. Anyway, there were people who found some of the posts, or even comments, which surprised me. LOL. I've also been getting harassment from people from that sub, but know that I've already deleted the account. Congratulations to those who found the account. I suspect that my pregnant wife may have had an affair with her coworker. Am I the asshole for asking for a paternity test now? Original post the 9th of May 2024. My wife, 38F, and I, 39M, have been together for 12 years. I don't know how to describe it, other than calling it the perfect relationship. I think in 12 years, we've only ever gotten to the point of really raising our voices at one another, maybe 2 or 3 times. We do everything together, but always have never had issues allowing each other to lead our own lives and follow our own interests. We bought a house where we wanted. We both have good high-paying jobs that have great work-life balance. Basically, it's been everything short of perfect. We've been trying for 2 years to get pregnant, and it hasn't been happening. We were just about to start the fertility stuff when I came home from a work trip. And guess what? She's pregnant. I had this weird instant thought of, wait, I thought we didn't try during the week last month because of the fertility testing, but I couldn't remember exactly because, to be honest, we were busy at it. So I just assumed I missed remembering. Now I travel around the country pretty regularly for work. Other than COVID, I've been on the road as much as 40 weeks a year sometimes. Since COVID, it's been less, but still more than a week a month. Over the last 4-5 years, my wife has gotten very friendly with a guy she works with. Let's call him Matt. Matt is slightly younger. I think 34 or so. I know him. He's married. I know his wife. They've worked together for, I think, 7 years or so. He's always been around. He and I have been friendly. Have I ever thought something was happening? No. But I've always thought. You'd be a fool to not think there's even a 1% chance your spouse would go outside the relationship. Maybe I'm naive, but I've always seen it as a safeguard to not take my wife or any other partner in the past for granted. She's never given me a reason to think she'd do that, but anything is possible. So, about a month ago, I'm out of state for work and she's at home. I ask her what she's doing earlier in the day, and she says Matt is coming by for dinner. Not out of the ordinary. Matt comes by from time to time, sometimes with his wife, sometimes without, sometimes when I'm not there. I don't think much of it. We have a security system, which includes cameras both inside and outside of the house, which we installed after an unrelated incident a few years ago. They record and are live accessible by both her and I. I often use those cameras to check on the dog when I or both of us are away, as the rest of the system is monitored by a company in case of an alarm going off. She knows I check those cameras. There's a system installed where I can talk through them. I'll mess with my wife, and she will be with me if either of us are out of town. She travels for work as well, but far less than I do. Point is, it's known that I check them often when I'm not at home. So I turn on the camera, and I see my 4 months pregnant wife lying on the floor, on her side with Matt sitting, straddling her legs, and using a foam roller to massage her hips. So I'm like, okay, what the fuck is this? I start rewinding through the footage, and they are eating and talking normally, but then they get on the couch and get under the same blanket. Now they are feet to feet, but that couch isn't that big. Then they move to the floor, and that's when I logged in. Anyway, I text her. I'm still watching the cameras. They both look like deer in headlights, and he very quickly leaves. We get into an argument. She isn't mad at me accusing her, but she's adamant that nothing has or ever would happen, and that what I saw was innocent, and she was complaining about being in pain from the pregnancy, which I know is true. She's already having some issues with back pain, etc. The biggest point of that discussion was I asked, if I were there, would you two have been comfortable doing any of that in front of me? And she reluctantly admitted, no, probably not. I told her I didn't want to talk after that, and we'd talk when I got home 3 days later. That's when it hit me. What if my weird gut moment feeling about her telling me she was finally pregnant was this? What if my 1% happened, and this is not my child we are having? Now it eats away at me while I'm at a hotel alone, 1,000 miles away for 3 days. I reconcile with myself that I think it's less likely than more likely that something between them has happened. But basically my 1% just jumped to 10-20% maybe. I get home, and she's on eggshells and doesn't mention it. I kinda wait to see what she's going to do. 2 days later, she finally brings it up and breaks down. Swears nothing has happened. She would never. Doesn't do anything over the top to try and prove anything, which I took as a good sign. But anyway, we talk out the issue and everything, to a point of at least moving forward for now. I'm still coping and dealing with it, figuring out how to retrust after all this time. I'm getting more and more understanding of the fact that they are friends. They've been friends for so long. Maybe he has intentions. But I don't see her having any, and I've never really picked up on it. And I've spent time around both of them together, many times, and never caught anything. So the thing that is destroying me right now is if I'm wrong, and something did happen, while I can figure out how to deal with that. What if that child isn't mine? In the argument and a few long conversations we've had about the situation since I've never brought that up, and she's not mentioned it. Mostly because I don't want to make the situation worse and crush her. if in fact she's telling the truth, which I mostly believe. The only thing I can think to do at this point is to wait until the baby is born and immediately order a paternity test in secret. Should I do that? Should I tell her and have it dealt with now? If you're a woman in her shoes and you're telling the truth, would that destroy you? Or your view of me? If you're lying, what would you do if I asked? I don't want to ask a super vague question, but what should I do? Tell her. Very small chance. My wife of 12 years had an affair, and she's 4 months pregnant, and I can't bring myself to ask for a paternity test for fear of crushing her if nothing actually happened. But I am planning on doing it in secret when the baby comes. What should I do? Update. So many comments. Thank you everyone, more than I can address directly, but I'm going to keep reading a few things. 1. Stop DMing me about this. Thanks. 2. Some have made some good points about addressing it now rather than later, and that's something that I'm considering more than I was before. Thank you. 3. To those focused only on my relationship. I get it, but that's not what I'm focused on. We've been talking about it a lot. My wife and I are pretty open people with each other. I'm not saying I'm convinced nothing happened, but I'm more focused on paternity right now. 4. If I need to track, spy on life, 1960ths, my wife, then this relationship is over already. That's not the relationship we have, and not one that I ever want. And in my opinion, not one anyone should ever have. We are working on rebuilding trust. As I said in this long-winded post, my default of 1% possibility went up to 10% or so. Trust me, I'm taking my relationship seriously. But to those I've said this to already, if the kid isn't mine, then there's no longer any conversation to have. 5. I've already had this discussion with my lawyer. I don't live in a state where the birth certificate stuff will be an issue. If I have paperwork that this child isn't mine, then divorce isn't going to be much of an issue. Both of us are in an independent financial situation where it won't matter much regardless. I'll keep up with this post as long as I can and post an update when and if anything gets resolved. Update, the 10th of May, 2024. So she was out of state on a business trip until late last night. It's Friday, so she worked from home in our kitchen. So I asked to talk and brought it up and asked for a test. She immediately said yes and said there's zero doubt and nothing that she'd even have a second to worry about. But she has no problem doing it now. The only caveat I left it with is if it's invasive at all per our doctors, then I'm okay waiting until it's low risk. I'm not a doctor. No clue what they'd have to do it now. So not sure when we are. But she's aware, and we are getting one. It was a decent and longer conversation. We are currently sitting together getting lunch. She's got no clue I did this on Reddit. Hence the new account, because she is on here somewhere. Thank you everyone for your help and opinions. A bunch of you made me realize that we are already really open about everything. And if nothing happened, then she wouldn't worry about getting one. I was more worried about her health and adding some insane level of stress if it was an issue, as she's in at-risk pregnancy, and it took so long for us to get pregnant. So again, thank you all for the help. I suppose I can update if it's mine or not, but I'm not sure how long that will be. I'm 90 to 95% sure it is mine, but this will help us continue this conversation. Thank you. Update. Just because it seems to be more of a topic on this post versus the other one for some reason, yes. I have the footage. No, I haven't talked to Matt yet. He's told her he wants to talk about it, but I've told them to wait on that. My relationship with my wife and paternity is what's important right now. I will eventually talk with Matt. No, I'm not going to get Matt's wife involved intentionally. I don't know why I would want to just be vindictive. I'm not going to cover for him, obviously, but his relationship is his. And mine is mine. I'm not interested in making this worse. Whatever is going on between him and his wife isn't any of my business. Relevant comments. Upu, when asked why his wife thought she could be intimate with someone else, we've talked about it at length. Nothing is being ignored. I could write you an essay about our past, her reasons, and my feelings on it. But instead, I'll just say, I'm aware of it. She's claiming innocence of anything further, but at the same time, admitting that it wasn't a good look. But she wasn't thinking about it at the time. And that's what we are currently working through. When told it doesn't look innocent, and asked if his wife goes to Matt's house when his wife isn't home. She's 4 months old. I was home, and we had been on the clock, to the point of the days blending together. Trust me. We are pretty open people, and pretty comfortable with ourselves and each other. I don't know if she's been to his house without his wife. I mean, the 3 and 4 of us all hang out probably once or twice a month. But they work directly together every day and have for years. So obviously, there's a closeness there. They are both upper management in their company. And at my company, I have long-term friends that are women. I've traveled with them. We've done dinner and hung out in hotel rooms together. But I've never done anything because that's not me. I'm married and love my wife and my life. I have no reason to. So I mean, the optics are bad. I just have to decide if it's only the optics, or if she has a reason to. Maybe he has a reason to. And that's what I saw that I'm not sure about. But that comes down to, do I trust her to handle that? She says if that's the case, she's never noticed it. And she hangs out with him and his wife just about as much as he hangs out with us. She works in a building right near them. My company is based out of Chicago, and I live on one of the coasts. So my coworker friends are much more spread out. We can't go to the bar to grab after work drinks any day like they can. Honestly, I usually go to their work hangouts more than mine because of that. I'm friendly with her CEO because of it. So is it perfect? No, but I've always trusted her. I've never had a reason not to. In 15 years, this is the first crack or dent in it. UOP gives a clearer description of what happened that day. That's not what I saw. She said something. He froze. Said something I couldn't hear. And she said, no. No. Don't worry about it. He put something in the dishwasher. And she walked him out to the front door. He didn't dive out the window. You have to remember this is Reddit. I'm not putting every single nuanced detail in this, because that would take me hours to write. And I'm not putting my security footage on the internet for strangers to see. The reason I have the security system in the first place is because of a stranger on the internet. I'm not saying anything beyond. That didn't happen for sure between them. I'm saying, I don't know now, and I don't have any proof. That's what my wife and I are discussing just about every day, and what we are working through. The original point of the post was, the only thing we hadn't talked about was paternity. Because I don't want to put her in a situation where she medically loses the child. Mine or not. Not only have I not been able to put every single nuanced thing in this, I've also sprinkled in false details about our lives. Nothing pertinent to what happened, but other mundane details. I was a very small public figure at one point, and some lowlife from the internet traveled across the country to make death threats against us. Because of something warped in his head, to the point where the federal government had to get involved. People here are wildly jumping at conclusions, with much less information than I have, and ignoring the original point of the post, and the original questions asked. Has he told Matt's wife she is my wife's friend's wife? We don't meet up and knit together. I know her through my wife. I see her maybe once every few months at a bar after work. Or if they come by for dinner or to hang out. We aren't besties. Again, what should I tell her? Hey, your husband was at my house. I knew he was there, and I saw him run a foam roller over the outside of my wife's hip while he was sitting on her feet. It's super obvious they are fucking, and even though I'm not sure, it's possible she's carrying his baby. This isn't a soap opera. There's nothing I know that I can tell her. So why would she take my word on what tiny evidence there is? And why or how in the world would that help my situation? If all of this is false now, I've destroyed my relationship by acting like a child, trying to drum up drama for what obviously looks like being vindictive. And I put them in the same situation we are in now. For something that I don't know is true yet. I believe you have entirely lost the plot here. Update 2. August 21st, 2024. Hi folks. So I haven't been touching this account at all as I was mostly bombarded by people telling me I'm an AI, wishing my wife a miscarriage, claiming she's going to get a secret abortion to save herself, or that I'm a clown for not keeping it real, and destroying someone else's marriage over speculation only. I'm amazed that people are still following this and invested in it after all this time. Here's where we are at. Yes, my wife is still very much pregnant. She's hard to pick things up off the floor stage. She's due in 8 weeks. Holy shit. 6 weeks, actually. Just looked at the calendar. We are getting weekly ultrasounds at this point. He's already about 5 pounds and has a big old head. She and I had some very long, direct conversations about everything. She is adamant that nothing has ever happened and nothing ever would. For a while, she was pretty upset with herself for causing this and causing my feelings of doubt. I've done my best to remedy that, as I've got to keep stress off her as much as possible right now. But it will for sure be revisited after the birth. As I've been saying the entire time, I'm really only worried about the child and the birth going well, etc. Well, mostly maybe not only. The only thing we still really disagree on is I thought he was getting too close because he had developed feelings or was getting attention that he wasn't getting elsewhere. Maybe, etc. She doesn't see it that way, but has also said it's possible. But if so, she was blind to it. I told her I wanted a paternity test, and she immediately agreed to it and said no problem at all. My only stipulation was that it couldn't be medically risky or stress-inducing at all, as she's a high-risk pregnancy. We both spoke to her doctors about it, and they basically told us that our only option was to go to the courthouse, because they wouldn't do one without the law involved, which we both thought was ridiculous. Her doctor was a bit thrown off by it, so I didn't press very hard. It was honestly her pretty much demanding it. I knew there were other options. I looked into those other options and ultimately decided to wait until the birth, and I have a lab already set up to do it. Ready to go. I'm 95% sure it's unnecessary, but I'm still getting one for my peace of mind, and mostly so that nothing will come between me and my child. For those of you that have left me messages of support that I didn't get back to, thank you. I'm going to spend some time going through them tonight before I run off again. For those of you who've left messages that think I should be acting like a 17-year-old high school student and either getting violent, purposely cheating on my wife to prove a point, or other childish trash, thanks for the entertainment at least. Stop watching TLC and TikTok. That dumbass drama ain't the way, kiddos. And to the one person who suggested I cause an accident with my wife, I hope you end up behind bars someday. It's really likely I'm not going to come back here after tonight, until after I get the results from the lab. So if you're really still interested in the results, come back in 1.5-2 months. I've been told the results take about 48 hours once submitted. I'll give you your Maury moment then. OOP answers questions in a comment. Here, just as a preempt, I'm going to post something I responded to someone else on the last post just a minute ago, but I likely won't check this account until after the birth. After this comment. 1. People seem to be reading into the reasons I thought all this was more than what I said. I've seen dude, they were in bed together. You caught them. Or they were cuddling under a blanket. Totally get how the telephone game works. But I never said any of that. So I'll clarify, I guess. Here's exactly what I saw. They were on the sectional couch in my living room, at either end under the same large blanket, feet to feet. The massage. She was lying on the floor on her side. He was sitting by her feet and rolling one of those big foam rollers on her back and side, which is something I do all the time because she's been complaining about back and outer hip pain. Still enough for me to raise a concern with her, but people seem to be reading into that as they were basically dry humping and thought you couldn't see. Comment 2. I'm being told that I'm being oblivious and ignoring the obvious and letting her and him off the hook. This is a direct comment I left someone giving my thoughts on that I think they said something like, "This is what guys who choose to have their head in the sand say." My response, "Yeah, I'm pretty well aware of that. I've also stated many times that my wife is a high-risk pregnancy, so I've decided to try and not explode things until I know something for a fact and risk what would potentially be the only opportunity I have to have a child at my age. If it turns out I'm wrong, and that happens because I blew all this up over nothing, I don't know how I could live with myself. And my marriage likely wouldn't survive that anyway. So, I don't see that as a winning option. If I deal with it calmly and like an adult, and if I'm wrong, then great, we can move on. And if I'm right, then it can still be dealt with accordingly with facts and not speculation. If the child is mine and the birth goes well, then we have a healthy child, and I can deal with the remainder of any damage she has or hasn't done without risking potentially the only child I'm going to have. Trust me, I'm not ignoring it. I'm choosing to support my wife to get through the pregnancy first. Then I'll deal with the rest of it. It's probably been the hardest thing I've ever done emotionally. But here we are. End of copied comment. I know I'm a sarcastic sob in some of these comments, but honestly, thank you for everyone's concern, and I have gotten some good advice from people. Mostly, this has been a bit cathartic to write all this down, as most of my friends are toxic dudes who are more interested in fighting about golf or some other pointless shit. Love me, but I don't really have anyone other than her to talk to about any of this. So honestly, thank you. New updates. Oh, P. Added an update on the previous post. Quick update. Today is September. We just got an induction date scheduled on the 26th. Update. September, 1 am. Baby boy is here. Born 9 and 27/7 pounds, 10 ounces. He had what the doctors said was the biggest meconium they've seen in a while on the table. So it was likely he was about 8 pounds when he was born. Labor was induced early morning on the 26th. Labor was like 30 hours. Pushed for like 3 hours. No progress, ended up in a C-section. He's perfectly healthy and kind of a tank. I was almost a 10 pounds baby. Mom is dealing with recovery and not having a fun time, but we are getting there. We are being discharged on Tuesday, they tell us. We live about 2 miles from the hospital. So I've been going back to the house to shower and sneak in like an hour or two a couple times. Otherwise, I've been here the entire time. As far as paternity, just out of all that entails with the birth of a newborn and recovery, and honestly, a bit of embarrassment. We haven't started the test, but it's set up and ready to start on Tuesday when we get out of here. So I'll give a final update after the results come back. So maybe another week to 10 days? My honest opinion after looking at this kid is, he is mine. Matt and I are physically very opposite. Different heritages. I'm 6'3", 240 pounds. He's probably 5'8", 175 to 180 pounds. I've always held the belief that babies all generically look the same, other than obvious ancestral differences. But yes, this moose of a baby has some obvious traits that would only come from me. Still doing the test, but I'm very much not worried about it. I'll make a new post when I get the results back. Final update results are in the 10th of October 2024. TLDR, child is mine. The baby is as healthy as could be so far. Mom, on the other hand, has been having issues. Baby was born on September. Labor was 30 hours, ending in a C-section. 7 pounds, 10 ounces. Mom didn't do so well. We were supposed to be in for 4 days and ended up being 8 days. Mom has been back to the hospital twice since. I'm currently sitting in the car with the little guy because Mom's in the emergency room right now. She is making progress, but still having a hard time with a few things. As I mentioned before, she has some pre-existing issues that we knew would make this hard. But there have been a few hurdles, but we are getting over them together. As far as paternity, the results came back this morning. Greater than 99.999 match that I am the father. I did pretty much already know this, But now there is no question, and I can put it behind me. My wife and I have had long conversations about all this leading up to the birth, especially around the time of the original post, when all this started. We are in a good place, and while it's always going to be there, we both have things to work on communication-wise that came from all this. I did also see Matt today. That's been settled. I'm pretty satisfied that what I saw was it, and there wasn't anything else beyond that. And it was a friend helping her with pain the same way I do. I do want to thank everyone who left a message or DM'd me, good or bad comments. Thank you. Talking to the void and all you strangers helped me wait this out. I appreciate it. I'm going to go enjoy my son's company now. Thank you again. Relevant comments. J 7488. Congratulations. This may have gotten buried in the comments, but did your wife have a real understanding of the optics of what you saw? She realized how truly suspicious it looked. Oh, P. Yay, she realizes it. After she saw the video herself. Believable toadstool. Also, why are you still not informing Matt's wife of what you walked in on? Feels dishonest. She deserves to know and make her own decision. Oh, P. I didn't walk in on anything. His wife apparently was aware the entire time because Matt told her what was going on. An old friend who once called me a bad influence for being child-free now wants me to house his family of 5. First and foremost, this is not an article in which I question whether or not I did the correct thing. I am confident that I did. This is a rant about an emotional day. And the only people who will understand are those who do not have children. The gist. Dave, not his real name. A former acquaintance with whom I had lost touch for nearly 3 years, has recently contacted me again. He claims he has a house emergency and has to locate a place for himself, his wife, and their 3 children to stay while their home is being repaired. This is the same person who told me he couldn't be my buddy when I was going through a horrific experience, because I'd be a poor influence on his children because I'm childless. A little background. The friendship ended because I was stressed out and upset. My father's death was just one of several awful events that occurred over the course of 3 months. I was looking for comfort, but Dave told me that being childless was a detrimental effect on their family. At the time, he was married with 2 children. In short, they didn't want to spend time with me because I wasn't worth anything compared to their more valuable pals. This was someone I had known since graduate school, and we had spent a lot of time doing enjoyable things together, like rock climbing. Dave and I were part of a group of common friends who frequently rented out lake cottages or winter lodges for summer and winter sporting activities. We've been pals for over 10 years, and he suddenly deserted me because he decided I wasn't useful. It ached a lot, especially while I was coping with some very tragic situations. Even more so, because I was there for him when he learned his mother had cancer, and again at her death. As I previously stated, I hadn't spoken or contacted him in nearly 3 years. I attributed it to people being really odd after they have kids, that they slip into a conventional, conservative mindset in which anyone who isn't wanting or working toward a leave it to Beaver 2.5 kids situation is somehow questionable. Then today, I received a text message from Dave. I never deleted or disabled his phone number, so his name remained saved, and there it was. He asked me to allow him and his 3 children to stay at my place, since their water heater had broken, and it was an emergency situation. He knows I now live in the same city as him, and it would be a huge help. And here's the kicker. It appears that he and his wife had a 3rd child, after telling me I was a terrible influence. Co-baby, I suppose. My main question was, why ask me of all people? I asked Dave why he wanted me to do this for him. His reaction was essentially that he is out of alternatives, and no one else has room for him and his 3 children, especially his 5-month-old. I asked him why he couldn't book a hotel room for them. He stated it would be very expensive, and that they are in a lot of medical debt because their newest child had to be in the NICU when he was born. I said it sounded challenging, but why me? He said he knew I helped someone with emergency lodging last year and noticed I had plenty of extra space for guests. Because I was so generous then, I could be generous with him now. I knew precisely what he was talking about, but I wanted to know how he knew it. That scenario was touchy, and I assumed it was a private family affair. He claimed it was put on Facebook by the people I assisted. Quick segue. Around this time last year, one of my good college friends, Kate, who has lupus, contracted COVID-19. She was also being very careful. It sucked because this was before immunizations were made available to vulnerable populations. She's my age, in her mid-30s, and aside from lupus, she's in excellent health. In fact, she runs marathons. Kate's lupus exacerbated COVID, and she ended up in the ICU. Furthermore, she was pregnant, and her husband had to choose between saving her life and protecting the fetus. It was basically a choice between providing Kate with life-saving medicine and care at the price of the fetus, or having her die. Fortunately, her husband is a decent guy and allowed the doctors to terminate the pregnancy in order to save her life. Kate's mother was a nightmare, claiming her daughter should have perished with the baby. She even attempted to arrange for a priest to perform Kate's funeral rites while she was in a coma. As expected, this resulted in a massive dramatic fallout. Kate's brother and his wife urgently needed a place to stay away from their mother. I had an extra room and am conveniently located near the hospital. They stayed with me for 2 days before securing a hotel room in one of those long-term residential hotels. Nobody was sure Kate would make it out alive, so they naturally wanted to be nearby. They lived out of state and were living with their cruel mother while their sister was in the hospital. Fortunately, Kate got it out alive and has since disowned her mother. While in a coma, she recalls hearing others discussing the priest's attempted break-in. I welcomed Kate's brother and his wife into my home because they were lovely people, had always been supportive, and are still among the most kind people I know. Apparently, unbeknownst to me because I don't use Facebook, Kate's brother or wife posted something about how nice I was to help them out in a time of need, a ray of sunshine in what had been a very dark era for them. They told me directly, but I had no idea they had published the matter on social media. Let's get back to today. Dave saw those things last year, remembered it, and assumed I would welcome his family and children into my home with open arms. Honestly, I told him to shove it. I was furious that he was attempting to shame me into allowing him and his family into my home for an indeterminate period of time. He knows I don't have children. He even said that my lack of children was a poor influence on his family. But now that it's convenient for him, I'm no longer a bad influence. Now he believes he can waltz back into my life without even apologizing for the horrific things he said 3 years ago. I explained to him that being child-free means I do not want children in my home for a lengthy period of time. If I did, I would not be child-free. I was not going to interrupt my life or my 2 cats, only to be a bed and breakfast for his 3 children. He stated I was selfish and should worry about his children, and that there is no hot water in his house. I told him, tough. You can use a credit card or ask a family to pay for a hotel stay. He made additional excuses, bringing up their medical debt again, and assured me that it would just be for a few days. I informed him that many days for a damaged hot water heater seems exceedingly suspicious. Things like these can be corrected rather fast. I am aware of our state's residency regulations, and if someone stays in someone's home for 7 days, they are entitled to tenant rights. I wasn't going to risk this becoming a situation in which I couldn't get rid of them. He told me often threatened to spread the word on social media that I wouldn't help a family of 3 in an emergency, and that I wanted innocent kids to suffer. I instructed him to pound sand and eat a dick. He hasn't been a friend for many years. He doesn't even know my address. All he knows is that I live nearby in the same city, and that I'm alone. He can slam me on social media all he wants. I'm not on Facebook. Therefore, I don't care what a group of Karens thinks of me. I told him that social media is not real life. If he tells my actual friends about this, they will laugh in his face. I have all of his texts as proof of how he spoke to me. And I told him he used to be a kind person. We spent a lot of good times together, and I'm still terrible about his mother. I'm sorry he chose this road in life since it sounds like he's miserable, but he's a negative influence in my life. Therefore, I can't have him around. I'm confident he'll understand because he said the same about me. That was the gist of my last words to him. He took off till I blocked him. I'm very sad about it. He used to be a good person 10 years ago, and his mother was a gorgeous woman. I'm now bracing myself for any flying monkeys who may emerge from the woodwork and try to shame me into taking care of his family. I can't wait to tell them to take his family with them. I've already discussed the problem with my two best buddies. They were both astonished by Dave's bravado and lack of shame. They believed it was suspicious because he was so insistent on getting into my home for days. One acquaintance reported that her water heater broke recently, and she had a plumber come out the same day. It only took a day to fix. His opposition to the hotel plan raised a red flag for them, and they're curious about the whole situation. I agreed that there is a sense of absence. I feel righteous about all of this. I know I did the right thing. I resent that a past act of compassion was turned against me. Years ago, I felt he had a point, that I was somehow unworthy because I was depressed. And people dislike sad people. But now that I see things clearly, I see that he had a deeply flawed personality. It did bring back old melancholy memories. Anyway, thanks for reading if you got all the way through. I needed to get this off my chest and rant. Update on Dave's water heater. An old friend who once described me as a negative influence on his family now wants me to house his family. Well, I'm pleased, and a bit shocked, that most issues have been rectified barely over 24 hours after they began. I suppose this is one of the benefits of having people working for you behind the scenes. I also wanted to thank everyone who interacted with my last post. I appreciate the encouragement and knew you'd understand my outburst. Rip to my inbox, but I read everything. And you all are the best Reddit community. No trolls, which I believe is a Reddit miracle. So on to the update. I'm writing this while drinking hot tea, and I encourage you to do the same. This is going to be long. The deal? All of your gut instincts were correct. It was suspected that a damaged water heater would force a family of 5 to seek an alternative home, especially because Dave does not even have a water heater. It was all a lie. All of you go. I knew it. So here's the deal. Dave sold his house 6 months ago, and he and his wife Shelley have been looking for a larger home ever since. As I am writing this, they are already in a motel with their children. They have a lot of hot water. I imagine you all bobbing your heads up and down, saying, yep, 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 yep. I knew it. You requested an update, because the water heater excuse sounded strange. So here it is. Seriously, grab yourself some tea. My sister, who is in another time zone and has a few hours on me, appears to be looking into Dave. Her spouse worked as a PI throughout graduate school, and she has a professional talent to find information about people. She's a little spooky, but in a good way. She also uses social media, but I do not. I gave her Dave's complete name and some information I knew about him, such as his prior residence, his wife's name, and the names of his children. She went into town. She told me that his house went on the market around 6 months ago and sold swiftly for significantly more than it was purchased for years ago. It's a seller's market, and this was a big sale. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Then she stated she checked around the city and adjacent towns and couldn't locate any records of him purchasing further land. It appeared that his house had sold, but nothing further occurred. So I texted my two friends from yesterday, telling them what my sister discovered and that it appears Dave sold his house and no longer has a water heater problem because he doesn't have one. My friends were asking, WTF Allison? One of the two pals contacted my sister, and the two embarked on a social media journey. My sister was scared I was being duped. Allison was a graduate school classmate of mine, and Dave over a decade ago. She wasn't particularly close to him, and he wasn't on her radar, but she was one of his Facebook friends. We learned more after people friended absolutely everyone they knew on Facebook. Around the same time, I heard from Kate's brother and sister-in-law, who had remained with me while she was in the hospital. Kate's sister-in-law, Laura, expressed gratitude for my donation on Facebook. She confirmed that she had posted two pictures. One of my cat, who appeared to be laying down the home rules, and one of my large Monster Deliciosa plant, which she adored. You may extract information about my home from the images, such as the clean and spacious kitchen and the great pantry, which will be useful later. Laura was humiliated when I told her what was going on, and she realized she might have been somewhat to blame for Dave wanting to get into my house. She deleted the post, untagged my name, and provided me with a screenshot to prove it. She even asked if she could assist with anything else. I told her that my sister was obviously doing a deep dive and could use some assistance. I put Laura in touch with my sister. Laura then allegedly contacted Allison at random, and late in the morning, Allison requested screenshots of the specific parts in the text discussion, where Dave stated that his problem was with the water heater and that he wanted me to care for his family and children for a few days. I gave it to her, and there was radio silence for the majority of the day. I mused, I wonder what's going on. In the early evening, I learned a lot more about the story. My sister, Allison, and Laura sent me texts. I'm going to try to lay it out, even if it's a little circuitous. Dave and his wife Shelley sold their home 6 months ago. They want additional space and bedrooms for their now 3 children and wanted to upgrade. Because it was a tremendous and volatile seller's market, their home was projected to have gained high 6 figures in equity since they purchased it. They were thrilled to put it on the market. Dave and Shelley wanted to earn top cash for the house, so they sold it without a condition that they must purchase a home before the new buyer could move in and legally take possession. Dave was certain that with the large sale, they could acquire another one shortly. Their home sold quickly, and there was a bidding war. Dave bragged about it. He and Shelley tried to buy another home, but it was not easy. They were outbid on all of the residences for which they bid. When the new owners took over the house, they had to move out. Dave and Shelley didn't think this was a big deal. A friend took them in with the understanding that it would be temporary and that they would be actively looking for a home. They tried, but were still outbid. They refused to reduce their expectations or change their budget. They wouldn't look at properties the same size as their previous one because the whole point of selling was to buy a larger home. They couldn't win any of the bidding wars, and Dave refused to raise the budget. Their third child was born prematurely and was in the NICU, so they do have medical debt. Dave did not want to spend any more money or take out new debts, so Dave, Shelley, and the 3 children went to someone else's house to stay. They kept looking for homes but couldn't find one. This happened again, this time at a third person's house. At this point, people began encouraging him that it could be a good idea to wait out the housing bubble until it was no longer a seller's market, and then get an apartment in the interim. Dave batted this down, since he said that an apartment costs the same as a mortgage. If he's going to pay for living expenses each month, it better be a mortgage. He considered paying for an apartment to be a financial drain. Shelley became further enraged at the suggestion. She didn't want to live at an apartment that was smaller than their prior home. Dave's family appeared to be overstaying their welcome. People were growing annoyed, and Dave and Shelley refused to chip in for groceries. Dave's family had now reached the fourth residence of folks offering to take them in. A month ago, they ran out of free housing alternatives. Hilariously, they were all sold out because people required the space for their own families visiting for the holidays. Nobody wants to take the freeloaders in anymore. Shelley is a city school teacher, and with the kids back in school, they felt compelled to remain in the city. Their only other possibilities for free accommodation were Dave's brother, who lives approximately 2 hours away, and Shelley's parents, who reside 6 hours away. Neither choice was ideal for Dave and Shelley's careers or for their children's access to in-person programs. Dave and his family needed to find housing right away, so they booked a motel. They were really upset because their children are loud, and the hotel personnel are constantly ordering them to be quieter. Dave and Shelley grumbled about how much they dislike living in hotels and how unfair it is that they can't afford a house despite having so much money. To be clear, they have more than enough money to get by living in a hotel, which is still significantly more expensive than renting an apartment. Dave likes the notion of a hotel because there is no need to sign a lease. They can go at any moment, and they have maid service. Shelley gets all poor me, saying that the kids are sad because they don't have a backyard to play in, and that staying in a hotel prevents them from being kids. Slight segue. Allison went back through Shelley's posts and discovered an incident in which Shelley and a group of her pals were not very polite about me. This occurred at the beginning of the pandemic. It was back when everyone was panicking out and buying up all the toilet paper. People also purchased a large quantity of food before it could be refilled due to panic buying. In the early evening, I learned a lot more about the story. My sister, Allison, and Laura sent me texts. I'll try to explain it, even if it's a little circuitous. Dave and his wife Shelley sold their home 6 months ago. They want additional space and bedrooms for their now 3 children and wanted to upgrade. It was a hot seller's market, and their home was projected to have gained high 6 figures in equity since they purchased it. They were thrilled to put it on the market. Dave and Shelley wanted to achieve the highest possible price for their home, so they sold it without first purchasing a new one. Dave was confident that with the big sale, they could obtain another one fast. Their home sold quickly, and there was a bidding war. Dave bragged about it. He and Shelley attempted to purchase another property, but it was a difficult process. Every home they bid on was won by someone else who bid higher. Dave and Shelley had to leave their old house when the new owners moved in. They didn't believe it was such a huge thing at first. A friend took them in, assuming it would be temporary and that they would be actively looking for a home. They tried but were still outbid. They refused to reduce their expectations or change their budget. They would not consider homes that were the same size as their previous one, because the whole point of selling was to move into a larger home. They could not win any bidding wars, and Dave refused to raise the budget. To make matters worse, their third child was delivered prematurely and required care in the NICU, resulting in medical debt. Dave did not want to spend more money or take out more debts. So Dave, Shelley, and the 3 children went to stay at someone else's house. They continued to look for a home but were unsuccessful. This pattern repeated when they went to a third person's house. People began encouraging Dave that it could be a good idea to wait out the housing bubble, when it was less of a seller's market, and get an apartment in the meanwhile. Dave rejected this, since he claimed that renting an apartment costs as much as a mortgage. He figured that if he was going to pay for living expenses on a monthly basis, it should be for a mortgage. He viewed renting a flat as a financial drain. Shelley became further enraged at the suggestion. She did not want to live in an apartment that was smaller than their previous home. Dave's family had overstayed their welcome. People were growing annoyed, and Dave and Shelley refused to chip in for groceries. Dave's family was now in their 4th place to stay. A month ago, they ran out of free housing alternatives. Ironically, they were asked to leave because folks needed to make room for their own relatives visiting for the holidays. Nobody wants to take in freeloaders anymore. Shelley is a school teacher in the city, and now that their children are back in school, they need to stay in the city. However, their only other possibilities for free accommodation were Dave's brother, who lives 2 hours away, and Shelley's parents, who reside 6 hours away. Neither choice was ideal for Dave and Shelley's careers, nor for bringing their children to in-person lessons. So Dave and his family booked a hotel. They were very upset because their children were being loud, and the hotel personnel kept ordering them to be quieter. Dave and Shelley talked about how much they disliked living in a hotel and how unfair it was that they couldn't afford a house despite having so much money. To be clear, they have enough money to stay in a hotel, but it is still significantly more expensive than renting an apartment. Dave loved the hotel idea because they didn't have to sign a lease, could leave at any moment, and had maid service. Shelley began playing the victim, claiming that the kids were sad because they didn't have a backyard to play in, and that staying in a hotel prevented them from being children. Meanwhile, Allison went back and uncovered posts from Shelley in which she and a group of pals were talking negatively about me. This occurred at the beginning of the pandemic, when people panicked and purchased items such as toilet paper and food. Someone I knew from graduate school contacted me to see how I was doing. I assumed she was approaching me to offer support and be kind, but her true intention was to ask for part of my food. I've always kept a well-stocked pantry, a tradition passed down from my grandmother, who survived what were two. This acquaintance knew I had a good supply of food, and requested me to give her some because I didn't have any children to feed. She stated her child was a picky eater, and that I probably have some frozen chicken on hand. I was astonished by her audacity, and told her that if she needed food, she could go to a food bank. I was not going to simply hand her my lunch, since her child only ate homemade chicken nuggets. There was no food scarcity, it was simply panic shopping. I suggested that she go to the grocery store early in the morning, when they usually refill, and she'd be able to obtain chicken. She labeled me selfish and brought it to social media, where she conversed behind my back with other spouses of graduate school colleagues. Back to Shelley, she sided with the woman who had tried to persuade me to give her my frozen chicken. Shelley also thought I was selfish for not assisting a mother out. She even commented that it was weird for me to keep so much food around while I lived alone, implying that I definitely had difficulties. If you guessed Dave's bad influence comment about me was planted by his wife, you'd be correct. When Laura posted about my generosity and allowing her and her husband to stay at my house for a few days, while Kate was in the hospital, Shelley originally commented sweetly, stating how nice it was of me to do so, and how lovely my home looked. But behind the scenes she wasn't as nice. Shelley's recent tweets moan about how sad her children are because they don't have a backyard to play in, and how staying in a hotel prevents them from being kids. Then just 2 days ago, she tweeted about finding a new home for her family that was so cute and had a fantastic kitchen. Q. Dave texted me unexpectedly after 3 years of no communication, claiming he had a damaged water heater and asking me to host his family for a few days. You all know I told him no. My pals noticed that Dave and Shelley made passive-aggressive comments on social media this morning about how bad society is nowadays, when friends refuse to aid families in need. Shelley grumbled that their new home had fallen through and received a lot of sympathy from her Karen pals. She claimed her children were quite disappointed. I believe this is when Allison requested screenshots of Dave's water heater sob tale. Allison went on a tear, uploading the screenshots and revealing that Dave and Shelley never had a new home scenario planned. They were simply trying to influence me by lying. Regarding a damaged water heater, I had never agreed to having them stay in my home. Laura confronted them for attempting to take advantage of me. Allison went on a rage over the situation that occurred 3 years ago. My true friends, like Allison, were very supportive, whereas Dave was indifferent, saying, "Yeah, I don't care," and branding me a bad influence on his family. Allison informed everyone about Dave, labeling me a terrible influence because of my child-free lifestyle, and how stupid it was for him to believe he could simply stroll back into someone's life after criticizing them. Allison, who is childless, found it particularly offensive. People began chastising Dave for being so nasty before requesting favors. People began calling him cheap and a leech, and the situation appeared to escalate. Some of the folks who had let his family stay with them for the previous 6 months came out of the woodwork to criticize him. One guest mentioned how filthy Dave's family was, and how much extra cleaning they had to perform. They claimed his children had no manners, frightened their dogs, and that it was a relief when they eventually departed. People were outraged that Dave and Shelley had sought to deceive me, and then portray me as the bad guy on social media. People the first hadn't spoken with in a long time came out to defend me, telling Dave I was a decent person, and reminded him of how I had helped them in graduate school. It was quite good to hear. Some even commented that I had helped them acquire jobs, which was more than Dave had ever done. I'm quite involved in the graduate school networking scene, and I appreciate sharing career prospects and mentoring others, especially those looking for scientific jobs. Even Dave's own brother expressed displeasure at Dave's behavior. He remembered how much I had helped them when their mother died, and stated that if she knew how Dave treated others, she would be rolling in her grave. My sister ended up getting me on Zoom with her and screen sharing her display to show me what all the fuss was about. Perhaps this is why I never received mail accusing me of not allowing a family into my home. I expected some blowback, but I never received it. Oh God, Schadenfreude. Dave had threatened to put me on blast on Facebook, but he ended up getting blasted himself. How ridiculous. How utterly idiotic. I have text messages from him lying about the goddamn water heater. He must have assumed that because I was not on social media, I would be unable to inform others that he was lying, or that I would be unaware that he was truly enjoying hot water at his hotel. I feel like I escaped a nuclear-tipped rocket. After work, one had to pour myself a drink and ponder about it all. After examining everything, I believe Dave and Shelley intended to try to squat in my house. Dave went off when I cited the 7-day rule, which allows tenants to gain rights in our state. I felt something was fishy, and you all did too. I believe Dave was a cheap bastard who didn't want to pay extra for a hotel, didn't want to rent an apartment, and had exhausted all of his in-city free lodging options with pals. It was their last desperate attempt. Shelley knew I was welcoming to visitors, and they both knew my home was clean and well-stocked with food for their children. They already had a reputation for eating people out of their homes. If they had stayed with me for a week, they would have been tenants, and I would have had to go through the legal process to evict them. It may have taken several months. It is much easier to con a single person and force them out of their own home than to try the same trick on friends with children and limited space. He was simply seeking for free housing so he could invest every dime he had towards his goal of purchasing a 4+ bedroom house with the proceeds from the sale of his previous home. I don't know for sure, but it makes sense. So I decided to send him one final SMS. I unblocked him and sent this message before reblocking his number. Hey Dave, I found out you were lying about the water heater. You don't even have one. You're staying in a hotel while sitting on a large sum of money from selling your old property. I think it's incredibly shady of you to lie to me and try to get into my home to leech off of me, especially since you wrecked our friendship by calling me a terrible influence on your family. I didn't tell you back then, but I'll tell you now. You are trash. Your mother would be embarrassed of you. I see it as all projection, since you are a negative influence on not only my life, but also the lives of others. If you truly believe that I was a terrible influence, you would not have attempted to bring your family into my home this week. But if you still think I'm a terrible influence, you won't have to worry about me aiding you or doing you any favors in the future. I will keep my evil influence away from your family. Oh, and Shelley appears to have become a genuine treat. Because I am not a monster, the final thing I will do for you is remind you that you must fulfill your responsibilities as a husband and father by providing a secure dwelling for your family. Stop playing those freeloader games. Here is a link to our local Craigslist housing page. I am confident you will find something. Oh, and I hope to see you at our next non-Zoom alumni event. I'm sure it will be wonderful to catch up in person. So it's finished. I said my piece. Once again, you were all correct. Something else was going on. I'm really sick right now. How could someone conceive of doing this to me? I'm also feeling ill at the thought of admitting them into my house. That would have been a nightmare. My parents cut me off for marrying my husband, but now they want back in my life after hearing about my pregnancy. What should I do? I, 28, have always had a problematic connection with my parents, particularly when it comes to their expectations for my future. Growing up in a privileged area, I was always compared to my older sister, Amber. 30F Amber excelled at everything she did, earning straight A's in school and eventually becoming a successful lawyer at a famous New York company. In contrast, I was a more free-spirited individual. I excelled well in school but loved art and literature over science and math, which my parents prized so much. Our family is from old money. My father, Richard, 60M, is a rather affluent individual, whereas my mother, Rose, 58, comes from a similarly wealthy family and devotes the majority of her time to various charity organizations, more for the social element than true philanthropy, if I'm being honest. They've always been obsessed with preserving our social standing and connections. My parents planned out my entire life from the day I was born. I was meant to attend an Ivy League institution, preferably Harvard, like my father, major in business or law, marry someone from a good family, defined as equally affluent and well-connected, and eventually take over the family firm alongside Amber. But that is not the life I envisioned for myself. I was always more interested in the arts. I enjoyed painting, writing poetry, and visiting the city's museums. My parents saw these pursuits as cute pastimes, but not anything to build a career on. They pushed me into more appropriate extracurricular activities, such as tennis lessons and internships, at my father's firm during the summer. I went along with it all to maintain the peace, but I never felt like I genuinely fit into the world they envisioned for me. When I was accepted to Brown University, my parents were disappointed that it wasn't Harvard, but believed it was okay. They hoped that surrounding me with the right kind of people would finally put me on the road they had always desired. They had no idea that it would bring me to the person who would forever transform my life. I met Chad, 29M, in my sophomore year of college. We actually bumped into each other at the campus coffee shop. I was racing to get to class and hadn't looked where I was going, while he was leaving with a tray full of coffees for his study group. The accident caused hot coffee to fly everywhere, ruining both of our clothes. Instead of getting furious, Chad laughed and said, "Well, I guess this is one way to break the ice." We ended up skipping our lectures and spending hours conversing. Chad was everything my parents would dislike, which made him the more enticing to me. He hailed from a working-class family in a tiny town in Ohio. His father was a manufacturing worker, and his mother worked as a waitress. Chad was attending Brown on a full scholarship and working part-time to support himself. He was learning to be a teacher and was enthusiastic about education, and making a difference in children's lives. From our first meeting, I felt Chad was something unique. He was nice, amusing, and really hardworking. He had a unique ability to make me feel noticed and understood. Chad allowed me to be myself. Not the polished, flawless daughter my parents wanted me to be, but the real me, with all my idiosyncrasies and flaws. We began dating, and for the first time in my life, I was actually happy. Chad encouraged my creativity, pushed me to pursue my dreams, and supported me in ways that my family never did. When I informed him about my desire to become a graphic designer, he did not scoff or disregard it as my parents had. Instead, he assisted me in researching programs and internship opportunities. Of course, my parents despised him from the moment they met him. It happened during Parents' Weekend in our junior year. I had been putting off introducing them since I knew it would not go well, but I couldn't do it any longer. The meeting was a fiasco from the beginning. My folks couldn't see beyond Chad's background. To them, he was just a poor youngster attempting to go up the social ladder by dating me. They regularly made disparaging remarks about his attire, which were not designer labels, his modest Midwestern accent, and his profession choice. My mother often asked him whether he was certain he wanted to be just a teacher when there were so many other respectable careers available. My father scarcely recognized Chad's presence, speaking exclusively to me and expressing his disapproval. They didn't care that Chad treated me better than all of the trust fund boys they tried to put me up with. They were convinced he was only interested in our money and social position. When I tried to defend Chad, citing his scholarship and work ethic, my father scoffed. "Oh, honey, don't be naive. Boys like him always have an agenda." Despite my parents' displeasure, Chad and I continued to date throughout college. We encouraged each other throughout late-night study sessions, celebrated our accomplishments together, and discussed our future goals. With Chad, I felt like I could be myself and follow my own path, not the one my parents had planned for me. After graduation, Chad proposed. It wasn't the large, lavish occasion that my folks had expected. We were on a weekend camping excursion, which would never appeal to my parents. Sitting by the campfire under a starry sky, Chad turned to me and said, "I know I can't provide you the luxurious life you grew up with, but I pledge to love and support you in all you do. Will you marry me?" I agreed without hesitation. When we returned from our trip and I informed my folks, all hell broke loose. My mother fell into tears, lamenting how I was wasting my life. My father's face turned an alarming shade of red as he raged about how I was making the worst decision of my life. They called me foolish and short-sighted. "Think about your future," my mother implored. "How do you plan to sustain your current lifestyle? How about your children? Don't you want to give them the best of everything?" I attempted to explain that Chad and I had discussed our future, that we had plans, and that we were ready for the challenges that lay ahead. But they wouldn't listen. To them, marrying Chad meant choosing a life of poverty and misery. When I refused to call off the engagement, they offered me an ultimatum. Either end things with Chad, or cut me off totally. No more financial assistance, no trust fund, no inheritance, nothing. If you're so focused on living like a commoner, then you can do it without our money. My dad advised me. I was astounded by their reaction. I knew they wouldn't be pleased, but I didn't expect them to go that far. In that moment, I recognized that their love and support were always conditional. As long as I did what they wanted and fit into their narrow definition of success, I was their daughter. But the moment I took my own route, they were ready to dismiss me. I choose Chad. We married in a short ceremony with only a few close friends present. It wasn't the extravagant social wedding my parents had envisioned for me, but it was beautiful in its simplicity and honesty. Amber did not even show up for the wedding. She agreed with our parents and told me I was making a big mistake. The day after my wedding, I got a cold official letter from my parents' lawyer. It informed me that I had been removed from their will, leaving Amber as the sole heir to their money. It further indicated that I was no longer welcome in the family home, and that any future attempts to contact my parents would result in legal action. It stung more than I could have expected, and not because of the money. Chad and I were both employed and doing good. However, it hurt since my own family had prioritized their archaic ideals and social position over my happiness. The parents who reared me, whom I believed loved me unconditionally, had abandoned me because I did not fit into their ideal image. We had no communication for 3 years. I attempted to reconcile several times in the beginning, sending letters and leaving voicemails on holidays and birthdays, but my efforts remained unacknowledged. I eventually quit trying. During those 3 years, Chad and I created a life together. We both worked hard. I was a graphic designer for a small advertising business, and Chad was a high school English teacher. We purchased a little house in a quiet neighborhood, adopted a rescue dog named Max, and were genuinely content. Sure, we didn't have the same privileges as I did growing up. We couldn't afford costly vacations or fashionable clothes, so we had to budget wisely to make ends meet. But we had love and respect for one another, which was more valuable than any money. For the first time in my life, I felt as if I was living truly, pursuing my own aspirations rather than others' expectations. 3 years after our wedding, I discovered I was pregnant. Chad and I were over the moon. We hadn't been actively trying, but we both wanted children, and were eager to begin this new chapter in our lives. We chose to wait until after the first trimester before telling anyone, just to be safe. Amber texted me about a week after we began sharing the news with our friends. It was the first time I had heard from her in 3 years. The message was brief and to the point. Mom and Dad learned about the baby. They want to chat. Call them. I was shocked. How did they find out? I hadn't notified anyone in my family. And as far as I knew, we didn't have any mutual friends who may have shared the news. After discussing it with Chad, I decided to phone them. Perhaps, I thought, the prospect of becoming grandparents had softened their hearts. I called, and my mother answered on the second ring. The talk seemed awkward. My mother performed the majority of the talking, and I could hear my father breathing heavily in the background, occasionally grunting in agreement. She congratulated me on my pregnancy, and then, for no apparent reason, began discussing how they wanted to make amends and be present in their grandchild's life. There was no apology for how they treated me, and no acknowledgement of the anguish they had caused. It was as if the previous 3 years of stillness had never occurred. Then my mother mentioned giving us some gifts for the baby. Before I could respond, she rattled off a list of items they wanted to purchase, including a high-end stroller, a custom-made cot, expensive baby outfits, and even a new family car. I was stunned. The goods she described might easily cost more than $10,000. It seemed less like a peace gesture and more like they were attempting to buy their way back into my and my child's lives. My mother became unhappy when I respectfully declined, explaining that Chad and I had already begun preparing for the baby. "Don't be ridiculous," she exclaimed. "You cannot provide for this child in the same manner that we can. We're only trying to help. Don't let your pride stand in the way of providing your baby the finest possible start in life." The conversation concluded with my mother stating that they would send the gifts regardless and that they expected to be active in their grandchild's life. She never asked how I was feeling, how my pregnancy was progressing, or how Chad was doing. It was all about the gifts and what they expected. Chad was upset when I ended the call. When I informed him about the talk, he thought my parents were trying to undermine us by demonstrating that they could provide for our child in ways that we couldn't. "They're trying to buy their way into our lives," he explained, walking around our modest living room. "And once we accept these gifts, they'll use it as leverage to make demands about how we raise our child." I knew Chad had a point, but a part of me hoped it was merely my parents' poor attempt to reconnect. Perhaps, if we gave them a chance, they might learn to accept Chad and our life together. Maybe they've changed, I murmured, but I didn't believe it. Maybe becoming grandparents has made them realize what's truly important. Chad asked me, "Do you really believe that? Or are you just hoping it's true because you miss them?" His words struck home. I do miss my family. Despite everything, I miss the good times. Family meals, Christmas parties, and secret jokes that only we knew. But I couldn't forget the terrible times. The relentless pressure. The criticism. The way they dismissed me when I didn't meet their expectations. Chad claims he'll back any decision I make. But I can sense he's not comfortable taking anything from my parents. He is concerned that they will attempt to exercise control over our lives and our child's upbringing. We've been doing fine on our own, he says. We don't need their money or their approval. Amber has been blowing up my phone, alternately guilt-tripping me for nursing a grudge and gushing about being an aunt. She does not seem to grasp why I'm hesitant to accept our parents' offer. They're trying to make things right, she says. Why can't you just let the past go? But it isn't that simple. The past is more than simply the past. It has influenced who I am and the path I've chosen. So Reddit, what should I do now? I desperately need some helpful suggestions on what to do. Update 1. It's been nearly a month since my previous post, and a lot has happened. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone for their advice and support. After much debate with Chad, we decided to decline my parents' present offer. It was not an easy decision, but we believed it was the best one for our family. I called my mother and explained that while we appreciated the gesture, we didn't feel comfortable accepting such pricey gifts. I attempted to keep the conversation pleasant and said that if they wanted to be a part of our child's upbringing, we could start with simple steps, such as having dinner together to discuss things. My mother did not take it well. She accused me of being ungrateful and inflexible, and that I was denying my child opportunities out of spite. You're making a huge mistake, she explained. You're going to regret this when your child grows up without the advantages we can provide. I stood my ground. However, I emphasized that Chad and I could provide for our child, and that all we wanted from them was a connection, not financial possessions. My mother ended the call by hanging up on me. I believed that was the end of it, but I was mistaken. A few days later, a truck arrived at our house, loaded with all of the things my mother had indicated, including the stroller, crib, baby clothes, and even a set of keys to a new car parked on our street. A note was attached, reading, "For our grandchild. We will not allow your stubbornness deny them the best." Chad and I were startled. We had no idea what to do with all this stuff. It felt like a violation of our limits. We opted to store everything in the garage for the time being, until we could figure out what to do. Chad wanted to send it all back right away, but I hesitated. The matter became more difficult when Amber showed up at our door the next day. She was ecstatic about the baby and the gifts, as if nothing had ever gone wrong between us. "Isn't it wonderful?" she exclaimed. "Mom and Dad are really pleased to be grandparents. They want to do anything they can to help." I attempted to convey our perspective to her, but she did not appear to grasp. "Why are you being so difficult?" she inquired. "Most individuals would be delighted to receive such wonderful gifts. You're acting as if Mom and Dad are the criminals here." The talk immediately escalated into an argument. Amber accused me of being selfish and clinging on to old grudges. "They're trying to make amends," she insisted. "Why can't you just accept their love and move on?" At that point, I lost my temper. "Love?" I asked. "Is that what you call ignoring me for 3 years, and then attempting to buy their way back into my life? That is not love, Amber. That is control." Amber stormed out, accusing me of making a tremendous mistake. "You're going to push them away for good this time," she told them, "and it'll be your fault when your child grows up without grandparents." To make matters worse, knowledge of the problem has spread throughout our extended relatives. I've been getting calls and texts from aunts, uncles, and cousins, begging me to reunite with my parents. They're your parents. My Aunt Sharon explained after a particularly difficult phone call. Obviously, parents want to spoil their grandchild. "Why are you fighting this so hard?" I tried to explain how the years of no contact made this feel less like a real attempt at reconciliation and more like a ploy to buy their way back into our life. However, it is difficult to explain to those who have not experienced it firsthand. Chad remained at my side, supporting my actions, while also providing a fresh viewpoint when necessary. We don't need their money, he tells me. We're doing well on our own. Our child will have everything they need, including love, support, and two parents that cherish them. I'm 16 weeks pregnant, and instead of enjoying this precious moment, I'm stressed and conflicted. The gifts are still sitting in our garage, a reminder of the decision we must make. Chad wants to give everything to a local women's shelter, but I am hesitant. When we do that, it feels as if we're closing the door on any chance of reconciliation. Amber keeps sending me photographs of baby outfits and nursery ideas, while pretending as if nothing is wrong. My parents have not contacted me directly since the gifts came, but I know they are waiting for a response. The pressure from family members continues, with new calls and messages arriving daily. As my pregnancy grows, I realize we have to make a decision soon. We can't keep those gifts in the garage forever, so we need to start getting ready for the baby's birth. But every time I believe I've made a decision, I start doubting myself. Chad and I have discussed consulting a family counselor to help us manage this scenario. Perhaps an outside perspective will help us find a way ahead. That has not occurred to us yet. For the time being, we are taking each day as it comes. I'm trying to focus on the positive parts of my pregnancy and our relationship, but family turmoil is always present. I just hope whichever decision we make is right for our child. Final update. It's been 6 months since my last update, and I want to tell the outcome of our predicament. A lot has changed, and I have made some difficult but essential decisions. After weeks of debating what to do, Chad and I decided to consult a family counselor. We had multiple sessions, both together and individually, to discuss our feelings concerning the issue with my parents. The counselor helped us understand our priorities and values, as well as how to set good limits. During this moment, my family put more pressure on me. My parents, seemingly frustrated by our lack of response, began arriving at our house unannounced. They would knock on the door for hours, saying they just wanted to talk. It was quite stressful, particularly as my pregnancy progressed, and I dealt with the physical agony that accompanied it. Amber maintained her guilt trip, sending daily texts about how I was pulling the family apart. She even threatened to take me out of her life if I didn't reconcile with our parents, despite the fact that we hadn't spoken for several years. The tipping point occurred when I was around 32 weeks pregnant. My parents arrived at my employment, causing a disturbance in the lobby. They demanded to meet me, claiming they had a right to be part in their grandchild's life. My coworkers were uneasy, and my manager had to beg them to leave, or he'd contact the police. That experience reminded me that my parents had not changed at all. They were still attempting to control my life, disregarding my boundaries and preferences. It wasn't about love or reconciliation. It was about achieving what they wanted, no matter the cost. After consulting with Chad and our counselor, we made the difficult decision to maintain no contact with my parents and Amber. We issued an official cease and desist letter through a lawyer, warning that any further attempts to contact us would constitute harassment. We donated all of the baby gifts to a nearby women's shelter, as Chad had advised months before. It was hard to let go of them, yet it felt right. We did not want our child's life to begin with strings attached. The day after we submitted the letter, I blocked my parents and Amber on all platforms. It was one of the most difficult things I'd ever done, but also the most liberating. The continual worry and anxiety I'd been experiencing began to subside almost immediately. Our daughter Susan was born 2 months ago. The birth was tough, and there were times when I wished I had my mother around, but Chad was fantastic throughout the entire process, and we made it through together. These first few weeks of fatherhood have been tough, but extremely gratifying. Susan is perfect, and seeing Chad with her makes me fall in love all over again. We may not have all of the luxury gifts my parents wanted for us, but we do have love, which is more than enough. Looking at Susan, I am more certain than ever that we made the correct decision. I want her to grow up in a family full of love and respect, rather than continual judgment and attempts at control. I want her to understand that her worth is not based on money or prestige, but on who she is as a person. Yes, she will not have the materialistic privileges that my parents could have offered, but she will have parents who love her unconditionally and support her aspirations, no matter what they are. She'll grow up knowing that it's acceptable to set boundaries, advocate for herself, and forge her own route in life. This has been a challenging trip, but I do not regret our decision. We're going forward, concentrating on our small family and the promising future ahead of us. Thank you to everyone who has helped us on this journey. Your advice and nice words have meant more than you know. Here's to new beginnings and choosing happiness, even when it's the more difficult way. My boyfriend's ex sent him nude pictures, so I confronted him and found out he had been cheating throughout our entire relationship. It's finally gaining some traction. I won't name the podcast because of privacy concerns and the fact that I appear in some of the episodes. He's far from famous, but he's gaining recognition. I used to be the major co-host, but I've been too busy with work lately to be really active on the podcast. Obviously, you cannot have a podcast with just one person. It would be dull. So Isaac informed me that he had found someone to be a more consistent co-host when I was unavailable. I told him that was fantastic and inquired who it was. He told me her name was Abigail and even provided me her Instagram. It didn't appear that he was hiding anything, so everything seemed okay. About a week later, we were having dinner with our friend group when Isaac's best friend Josh commented in front of everyone that he was astonished by how fine I was with Isaac working with his ex-fling. Let's just say my reaction was polar opposite of cool. I was more outraged that Isaac had lied to me than anything else. Why would he feel compelled to lie about something like that? I like to think of myself as quite laid back about these things. Would I felt awkward? Yes. But the show is taped at the apartment Isaac and I share, and I highly doubt he is cheating on me. We're really serious and have even discussed marriage recently. But what about the fact that he was lying? That's the only red flag he's ever showed me, and it just feels strange. When we went home, I made him tell me about it. He told me that approximately a year before we met, he had a friends with benefits relationship with Abigail. Apparently, he stopped relations with her because he desired something more serious with labels. But she refused. Again, not really disturbing, but he lied to me. The way his best friend expressed it, almost in awe, as if the concept was unfathomable, made me believe there was more to the story. I told Isaac that I wasn't comfortable with him working with Abigail. If he felt compelled to lie about working with an ex-fling, it was probably not the best decision. He stated that if I was unable to co-host the show, he required someone to do so on a regular basis. I told him he'd have to find someone else because I wasn't comfortable with the situation. I emphasized that I would have been fine with it if he hadn't lied, but he squandered the opportunity. I even went so far as to imply that if he continued talking to her, I might have to reassess our relationship. He eventually consented, but he has been giving me the silent treatment for the past few days. Our friends are aware of what occurred as a result of the mid-dinner announcement. They're split 50-50. Some of my friends suggest I should give him a break because he didn't mean to lie and didn't want to harm my feelings. They insist that Isaac is a decent person, but now I have a very horrible feeling about it. I'm scared that I overreacted. Other things like this have happened previously, now that I think about it, but so many of our friends believe I'm overreacting to a minor mistake. I believe they might be correct. Small things like this have happened before, but the truth is that I adore Isaac. I am willing to keep trying for him, but I can't get rid of this bad feeling in my gut. My friends suggest I should keep talking to him about it, but I have no idea what to say at this point. I urgently need some guidance. Edit. For those who are rushing to break up, I'd want to clarify that I genuinely like this man. We have been dating for 4 years. We have a child. Well, I'm kidding. She's a cat. I recognize that terminating things may be the only option, but right now, I'd like to focus on advice rather than hearing how I should end things. Isaac has been with me through one of the most difficult times in my life, The loss of my sister. He is strong, kind, and, in the best possible way, an airhead. If we have to break up, we'll alter gears. But right now, all I need is some brutal honesty and advice on what to speak to him. Edit. He does have another job because we can't live on my income and the show alone. He works today while I work evening. I'll only have an hour to speak with him, and I want it to be a long conversation. So I'll wait till I'm off on Friday. I'm not sure what I'll say yet, but I will figure it out. Thank you for all of your responses, and I will keep you updated. Update 1, August 3rd, 2024. I hope this reaches everyone who watched and commented on my post. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who helped me think of things to ask him. I can't thank you enough. I was diagnosed with acute anxiety when I was 10 years old. I spent the entire morning pacing and had a little anxiety attack before speaking with him. Normally, things like this would make me cry, no matter how big or small, but I'm happy to say I stood my ground. He gave me coffee this morning, as he almost always does. He has been chatting to me more lately. Yet there is still this strange barrier between us. He kissed my forehead, and we had breakfast together. He told me about job, and everything felt so right. But deep down, I knew that nagging feeling wouldn't go away unless I talked about Abigail. So in the most awkward way possible, I said, "We need to talk." Isaac grimaced and then nodded, shocking me with the words, "We do." 1 point for anxiety. We talked for around 2 hours. I will recap our chat. The first question I asked was how long they had been in contact. He informed me they met in a psychology class at college and were in the same study group. This piled up, as I know he's still connected to that group. Some of the guys, including Josh, are his best pals. He informed me they maintained in touch via group chat, but had not chatted one-on-one until recently. The second question I asked was why he didn't inform me. I teared up as I asked, and he instantly began apologizing excessively. I told him that it hurt to hear it from Josh rather than from him. He explained, "I didn't think it was a big problem. I realize it's foolish, but I didn't think about it." He stated that they aren't close friends, and she merely seemed like a nice alternative for me until I could get back to being active on the program. I asked him why he chose her. He added that he wanted to cover more issues about college life, classes, and study strategies, and she was a good fit because she was a part of his life at the time. He told me that he loves me and did not mean to hurt me. He stated that he knew it would make me uncomfortable, which is why he did not inform me. He was worried about my worry. I became upset and informed him that it was not his decision. He agreed, apologized, and promised not to do it again. He also stated that Abigail will no longer be a part of the program and that he did not want to make me uncomfortable on purpose. I agreed, claiming I did not want her on the podcast. Then the tables turned. Just as I thought everything was good, he said something unexpected. "There's something else." She sent me nudes. What the __. I felt my heart shatter a little and wondered how he replied. He showed me the texts, which were 2___ days old. He said, "I'm flattered, but I have a girlfriend," but did not block her. I requested he stop communicating with her, but he refused, claiming it would make things difficult with his friend circle. I retorted, "I'm your ___ girlfriend. And, yeah, this situation is already awkward." I questioned how he'd respond if Josh emailed me nudes. That hit him hard. He admitted to cutting Josh off and expecting me to do the same. He nodded, agreeing to block her. I saw him block and erase her contact. Even after that, I didn't feel satisfied. He saw the mails 2 days earlier, but did not notify me. That was my breaking point. I responded, "Maybe honesty isn't as important to you as it is to me. But if one of your friends sent me nudes, I would tell you within minutes." I kept going, eventually breaking down in tears, and he began to cry too. He kept apologizing and explaining that he hadn't brought it up with me because he believed I was avoiding him, and he wanted to wait until he knew I was prepared to talk. This seemed like __, since he was giving me the silent treatment. In my previous post, I stated that I was not considering breaking up, but now I am unsure. I understand that this was not the update you were hoping for, but I assure you that there will be another. I told him I needed some space. I'm a person who rarely sets limits until I'm extremely offended. He apologized and attempted to hold me, but I moved away. I'm writing from my best friend's apartment where I'm spending the night. I told Isaac we might chat again in a few days, but for now, I needed to think things through. The truth is, he cried when I mentioned ending things. Isaac never cries. The only time I've seen him cry in our 4-year relationship was when his mother died. I know he loves me, but I feel lied to. Maybe I'm overreacting, but right now, I feel betrayed. I apologize, and I understand this was not the update you were hoping for. But thank you to everyone. If you want to give me some advice, please do so. I'm not sure where to go next and still have questions for him. I'm also comfortable with addressing inquiries, and I'll try to keep you updated if anything else happens, good or bad. And in case you were wondering, yes, I did bring our cat with me. Update 2, August 27th, 2024. I apologize for the extended time between posts. A lot has happened, and I honestly don't know where to begin, but I'll start with this. We split up. I ended up contacting Abigail. Some commentators thought it was clever, so I reached out to her on Instagram and asked for her side of the story. She didn't know who I was at first. She then seemed astonished that I had contacted her. She recognized me based on what Isaac had told her, but he said we began dating last month, not 4 years ago. This knowledge baffled me, and I wanted to know more. We met for coffee, and she told me they'd been hooking up every now and then. In her words, perhaps once or twice every 6 months for years. She burst into tears and hugged me, admitting that she had no idea I'd been his girlfriend for so long. Apparently, their 4-year relationship had never ended, and he had been cheating on me throughout our time together. She assured me that they were secure, and that I shouldn't be concerned. But to be honest, I kind of blanked. I was with this dude for 4 years. I do not blame her in the slightest. I believe she wishes to maintain contact, but it is currently too painful to speak with her. It's not her fault. It's entirely Isaac's, but I simply can't deal with anything remotely related to him right now. I'm not sure if Josh was aware of this, but if he was, I doubt he would have mentioned it at dinner that night. I apologize for the lengthy delay in providing this update. I broke up with Isaac via text, classy I know, and informed him that my closest friend would come by to retrieve his belongings. I also brought our cat and mentioned that I wanted to keep her. He fought the separation, claiming that couples therapy could help, but I told him that 4 years of deceit could not be fixed. I'm now living with my best friend, and we're having some serious girl time. I'm torn up, but I know this was for the best and staying would have hurt worse. Sorry for the late update, and thank you for your advice. Update 3, August 28th, 2024. This is the last update. I wasn't going to post this, but I felt it would be a somewhat brighter conclusion for some of you, and, frankly, for me as well. Josh ended up phoning me yesterday night. I didn't respond at first, fearing that Isaac was attempting to reach me through him. However, after the third call, I did. This guy sounded angry. The first words he spoke were, "My name, I am so, __, sorry." He didn't give me a chance to say anything before going off on a tangent about Isaac being a jerk, and how he couldn't believe he'd been best friends with him for so long. He told me that he paid a surprise visit to my previous apartment, which was not unusual for him, and was perplexed when he realized I no longer lived there. Isaac admitted to cheating on me, which Josh had suspected. You were correct. He made that comment at dinner to warn me. Some things I've realized. Isaac was possessive. He refused to let me hang out with our male friends one-on-one, and he was always hovering next to me. Josh told me that he informed our entire buddy group about Isaac's actions, and while 2 or 3 of them supported Isaac, what the __, the rest felt awful for me, and cut off communication with Isaac and those 2 guys. Josh informed me that if I needed anything, he'd be there for me, and he apologized again, saying he should have told me sooner when he spotted the indications, but never imagined Isaac had been cheating for so long. So sure, I suppose I could do another update if something significant happens, but this is where I am. Relevant comments where the OP has responded. What made Josh suspect cheating? OP. Last year, I was away for a week with some pals to go camping. He apparently made one of his customary stops to check if Isaac wanted to hang out, but Isaac refused to answer the door. Josh believed he heard a female voice and other noises. Isaac ended up telling him I was on the phone with him, which is false because I had no service during the entire camping trip. When asked to hook up with Josh, the OP said, I already said this to a reply up there, but Josh is the last person I want to see right now. Frankly, I do not wish to date anyone. I just found out that the man I wanted to marry has been cheating on me throughout our relationship. I'm probably not going back into the dating pool for at least a year, and I prefer a strong emotional connection before sleeping with someone. Josh is a fantastic buddy, but it was difficult to hear his voice over the phone because he was so closely attached to Isaac. My wife is delusional, believing she is pregnant with twins, despite negative tests. She also thinks I am going to abandon her and our children. This is all over the place. I really need help. My wife and I, M42, have been married for 2 years together for 15. All this time, we had either not decided to have kids or had problems getting pregnant. After some medical testing, we found out that it was near impossible to get pregnant due to some medical issues with her. We were thinking of adopting when one day she came home and told me she was expecting. Of course, I was super happy. A week later, we had an appointment at the gyno, and she had some blood drawn. The test came back negative. And of course, I was devastated. But she wasn't. She claimed that she was pregnant and that the doctor was wrong. We took some more store-bought ones, and they all came back negative. My wife is in complete denial. Now she claims we are having twins. She is buying them clothes and decorations, and is pressuring me to start with the nursery. I am at a loss, and don't know what to do. My inaction is making her believe that I want to leave them, and that I am going to doom my wife into the life of a single mom. What the F is even happening? I love her, but I don't know what to do. Edit, forgot to add. I have tried talking her into therapy, but she accuses me of gaslighting her little update. Edit. Thank you guys. You really helped me out. Yesterday was a bad day, and you helped me get clarity. I've had a chat with our doctor, who will now be handling this with us. I would like to thank most of you with useful advice, and hopefully, I will be able to update good news someday. But a fuck you to those that said I should divorce her because she is crazy. And an extra fuck you to the guy that used this post to push his anti-abortion agenda. Comments deleted. Call the doctor who did the pregnancy test and leave a message with the emergency number. They will be able to tell you who to contact. She's obviously had some sort of mental break. Just an FYI, at 19 weeks, you would have had ultrasound pictures and gender determination, and she would have had several OBGYN visits. Is she doing practical things like taking prenatal vitamins and reading books? Or is it all delusional and talk? Just wondering how far she is taking this scenario. Oopie, I know. Also, she isn't showing at all. She is thin, as always. Yes, she says that she can't lift heavy things, says she has pregnancy cravings, she buys clothes for the twins. She is even planning to take paid time off from work for when the babies are here. Deleted. This is really frightening. Like those stories of people taking babies from a pregnant woman. You need to get her help, ASAP. Was she all of a sudden 19 weeks? Or has this been going on a while? What spurred her into thinking she was initially pregnant? Have you seen her have her period at this time? So you can point out the obvious? OOP. She claims she was pregnant about a few weeks ago. But as of Friday, she says she entered her 19th week. I really don't know what brought her to think that so-called pizza. Oh, dude, she's going through something very, very serious. You need to contact a therapist. Like, turn off Reddit right now and contact one. She's having delusional thoughts. Her preoccupation with pregnancy and her sadness have overcome her. This is way beyond Reddit's pay grade. Good luck. OOP. I have tried talking her into therapy, and she shuts down 100% and accuses me of gaslighting her panda jinx. This sounds like it could be a pseudo-pregnancy. I learned about this in our OB-GYN basic science portion of med school. Never saw it mentioned again outside our textbook, but it's a very real psychological phenomena. It can happen in animals too. Usually an ultrasound to show that the uterus is empty is curative. Devastating but curative. She needs help from an OB-GYN and a psychiatrist. You're probably going to need to start with an OB-GYN because she'll be in denial about it being a psych issue, but would go to an OB-GYN for her pregnancy. Give the OB-GYN a heads up before the appointment about what you're dealing with, and they can help with a plan to put a psych consult in motion. Involuntary if need be, but again, the ultrasound could shake her back. You should know that she'll mourn the loss, likely as if it was a real loss of twins. Good luck, OP. Update. 7 days later, I called up our primary doctor and told him about the problem. He seemed very concerned and wanted us to come see him the next morning. He said it was important to be gentle, but not feed into her delusions. I sat her down and we talked. All she wanted to talk about is when I would get the nursery started, and that we were on a time crunch, and how she has found a perfect color for the room, how she wants me to be more involved in her pregnancy. I tried to be very calm, but I was very perturbed by seeing her that way, I asked her to go to the doctor with me tomorrow. She said yes, that she wanted to check on the babies either way. Now I took some advice and words you gave me about being calm and asking a bit why she thinks she is pregnant without calling her delusional. So I did. She kept changing subjects or saying that a mother just feels it. You wouldn't know how it is. Then I said that I loved her really much, that I would never think of leaving her. But we needed to go to the doctor to confirm her gut feeling. She got very agitated and was crying, telling me that if I wanted to leave her, I should simply leave. But I shouldn't call her a liar. Somehow, I managed to calm her down enough for her to go to sleep. After she did, I went on her computer. I never snoop on her, but I remembered a commenter pointing out forums about cryptic pregnancy, and so I went for the look. Oh boy. She was in two Facebook groups. One was a normal mommy Facebook group, and the other was a group about women that believed they were pregnant. In the normal group, she would post updates about her symptoms and pictures of her belly, and her story about how she was almost not able to have children, but that's to the grace of God that kissed her tummy. The gift of life was given to her, and how she was compensated for all this years of suffering with twins. In the other group, the women were quite literally, and excuse me here, fucking insane. They were feeding into each other's delusions. A woman said that she was almost 2 years pregnant, and how sometimes it just takes longer. My wife would post there complaining about doctors that do not take her seriously and about me. So many women were making her fear that I would leave, saying things like men cannot stick to a woman. Many recounted their stories about how their marriages broke down because their spouses could not handle the pregnancy. I was really fucking scared. I researched phantom pregnancies, and I read somewhere that that could also be a sign of schizophrenia. So to say the least, I could not sleep. I was and am still very afraid of losing her. She woke up and I tried to act like nothing was wrong. We were going to the doctor, and it was as if nothing had happened yesterday. She was convinced that we were going to a pregnancy checkup. Things got really bad when we began talking to the doctor. He was really tactful when talking to my wife. He tried to explain to her that it was medically impossible that she was pregnant. We tried to show her tests, the ultrasound we did the day before, but nothing. She got more agitated and began to cry and scream at me for making her look like a crazy person. She began bouncing back and forth and holding her head with both hands. We could not calm her, and she went into a full-on panic attack. She could not breathe. The doctor laid her down and tried giving her some medicine for her to relax, but it did not help as he didn't have the necessary tools to treat a panic attack that was that bad. She had to go to the hospital where they took care of her, did an EKG to exclude that she was suffering a heart attack. At that point, I really had no other option than to inquire about involuntary commit, so I could not do it myself. I needed my doctor's statement that she was a danger to herself and others, and he had to initiate the process of an involuntary examination of 72 hours. After that, we will have to submit a written statement to the court to determine whether or not she can stay there against her will. So far, I have submitted all her posts in both Facebook groups, as well as the test we did with timestamps when possible. My wife is 2 days in the 3 days examination, and I have no contact to her. When I asked her, she was furious with me. She said I was taking away her freedom. I feel horrible, dirty, and useless. She is so mad at me. I feel like I am abandoning her and don't know how she will ever forgive me this. I love her with all my heart. I am afraid of what will happen if the courts decide that I can't commit her. How our life will be affected. I feel like I failed to protect her. At this point, I am just rambling. Sorry for the long post. I guess I just need to vent because I have no one else to really turn to that just wants to listen. I feel judged by everyone and pitied. I just hate it. Sorry for spelling mistakes at it. I will not fucking leave my wife, you unempathetic dickheads. When I gave my vows, I meant through illness and bad times. I am not only on the ride for the good times. If you truly love someone, you will do whatever it takes to see them healthy again. Would you leave your spouse If they went through a severe physical illness, I am here to stay. I will not divorce her. She is not a fucking psycho. She is sick. I hope no one of your loved ones ever has to go through this, because their support net will consist of cowardly dickheads. Sorry for the rant. But if you want to say something in line divorce, that nut, don't even bother. I understand people that make the choice to leave if the situation when it begins to mess with their mental health, and I respect that, but I won't do that. Edit. 2. My wife didn't have a heart attack. She was examined because panic attacks register with similar symptoms as heart attacks. I don't exactly know what our doctor gave her, as I was so distraught, but I was not a sedative. I think it was something along the lines of Valium or Baldrian. Over-the-counter stuff mostly. She has a family. She is estranged from most of them. Her sister is now at our place to help. Also refrain from such stupid comments like, "I'll bet she will leave, bro. She is crazy. How did you marry her?" Because they are not helpful at all, especially the bets that are going on that my wife will leave me once she gets better. Just seems like you want me to divorce. Get a life. Comments deleted. I used to work in the involuntary commitment system. Everyone is upset with their loved ones when they get committed. Everyone. And it's a normal thing for family members and partners to feel a ton of guilt. But your wife needs help. You took the steps to get her that help, even though it was scary. You will not regret this. Hoping 135791. I had to involuntarily commit my husband. He has PTSD, and I got a phone call at work 40 minutes away in a different county saying that he loved me and that I shouldn't feel bad. I had to call 911, bawling my eyes out, knowing he was having a bad week, and then call the emergency line for the county he was in. They connect you to the nearest one. When the police broke the door down, he was in the bathroom. He hid the razor before he came out. He was so mad at me. He hated me. He wanted a divorce. He never wanted to see me again. And to be honest, I was pretty angry too. Not because of his mental illness, but because I felt so helpless. I want to say, after a week of the adjusted meds, he called apologizing. He told me how thankful he was that I had called. He was thankful that I didn't budge on him being committed. He was thankful that he had someone who knew him well enough to know that he wasn't manipulating me. He had been pushing me away, which is a sign or being suicidal, and we had been fighting a lot because of it. You did the right thing. OP, you definitely have done the right thing for her well-being no matter how angry she is now. She'll see it one day. Queen Moogle dude, what you did is so incredibly fucking hard. But it was the right decision. You tried everything. Doctors, kindness, everything. This is not a normal don't snoop in your partner's stuff circumstance. Your wife is having an actual legitimate health crisis. She cannot act in her own best interest right now, but goddammit you can, and you did. It may take a long-ass time for both of you to see it completely, but she needed immediate and intensive psychiatric treatment. Everything matcha. Yep, we are so proud of you, OP, for doing something so hard for your wife. She may resent you now, but when she gets better, she'll understand. She cannot comprehend that what you are doing is saving her. We are all rooting for you and your wife's recovery. OP, hang in there. Update. 8 months later. Hi guys, it's me again. We have a lot of time on our hands, so I thought why not update the community that helped me, even if it was just to let me know that I could vent. I don't even know how much time has passed, but I am very happy to say that things are working out. I have my wife's permission to share this with you all, and she is even telling me to greet you. After being in the 72-hour stay, it was determined that she had to stay there. My wife was pissed for the first few weeks. It was a devastating time. But time in therapy heals all wounds. Slowly, I was allowed to come visit, and every day I went, I saw a bit more of the person I loved. There were setbacks along the way, and I had to watch a lot what I said and did. For example, the first few weeks, she wouldn't tolerate touch or something like that. Our trust had to be regained slowly from both parts. We put so much work in, and even now that she is back home and has been for a while, we sometimes have bad days where it is difficult for my wife to get out of bed, or where I am suspicious of her getting back into that state. But at the end of the day, I'm happy. We go to counseling together, and we are on individual therapy as well. Especially because due to the stress, I developed a form of anxiety. But every day, it's a bit better. I have discovered new sides of my wife, like the new hobby that she has of making resin jewelry and decorations. Even our quarantine time has been quite peaceful. We still have remote therapy and everything. Things are not normal yet, and adoption is not back on the table as of now. We have given yourself at least a year of therapy before we think about parenting and raising a child. One thing is for certain, I am still in love with my wife, and I still love her so much. Our relationship might not be better than ever, but it sure as hell is stronger than ever. Also, she has done a lot of self-reflection, and of course has thanked me for how I handled things. She is lovely. We are happy comments with it. Did you ever get a definitive cause from the doctors? This seems so surreal. I've never heard of it before. Oop, not a definitive cause, but the trigger at least. 7 arrange files. This is wonderful news. I remember your story. It was terrifying. Full marks for supporting her. Sick and tired good on you for helping your wife get the help she needs. That was a terrible experience, but you really stepped up. Even if things aren't perfect, you've both come a long way. I'm so happy for you. Minak 33. Good to hear things are looking up and you won't be considering adopting in the near future. Matter of fact, it might be a good time to use some of those therapy sessions to start preparing yourselves for the likely possibility that you won't ever be able to adopt. Agencies have to say that an applicant's mental history isn't an automatic deal killer, but in reality, it often is. They simply can't risk adopting out children to people suffering from such extreme mental illness that involuntary stays were required. It's all but a guarantee that they'd never allow children to be placed under your wife's care. Your mental health history is part of the check and red flags, like involuntary holds, will often exclude you from adopting. They'll still have you go through the whole process and pretend like you have a chance. But reality is, you probably won't be eligible. They just can't risk putting children in the care of people with a history of mental illnesses.